right? He's sitting in that space where he wants more, but he doesn't know how to go and get it. And that might be because there is that sense of confusion up here. And again, Spirit said to me, he keeps going down one path that is a positive path for him, and then he keeps slipping out into another space. And I totally need to say this to you, Michelle. There is a light at the end of the tunnel for him. And I'm not talking about on the other side. I'm talking literally a light at the end of the tunnel for him. He's working his way through. He just needs the support. And I'm really strongly going to say this. His mindset is a little bit less able to hold the thought patterns as easy as say you or I.
Right.
Okay. So
exactly, yes.
Okay, so I want to say that whoever is advocating for him or trying to work with him, he's a little bit of a hard nut to crack, right?
Yes.
Okay, whoever's advocating for him, whoever is helping him to see the path that is of least resistance, that's what he needs to take. He's taking the path where he has to do it all on his own, which makes him make bad choices. That path of least resistance, he has to be shown the why. The why, because once he sees the why, he'll understand it all. So I feel, okay, I feel absolutely drawn to his energy of wanting more, not knowing how to get more. I also feel that there is some kind of cognizant work. I keep feeling like biofeedback. That's how I feel. And biofeedback is it's a system that works with your brain and the connections and whatnot. And I'm gonna tell you to look up biofeedback. I think I can't explain it and do it justice, Lovey, but that's what I keep getting. He needs something extra. But can I tap into you for just a second, please?
Sure.
Michelle, when I tap into you, I feel like there's a woman here in spirit coming through. And when she's coming through, she keeps saying to me, tell her she's on the right track. Tell her she's on the right track, please. And I feel like this has to do not just with your son, but with yourself. Like this is really about yourself, that you're doing what's right for you. And the woman is saying to me, she's been gone for quite some time, please. She's been on the other side. She would have passed from an illness. I feel like you have a picture of her, please. I don't know if it's hanging up or up, but you have a picture of this woman in your home. And she keeps saying to you, don't give up, Michelle, and don't give up, please. There's the sense that, you are doing what needs to be done, Michelle. Know that. Know it, own it, let it sit right here, girl.
Okay.
Let it sit right here.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I always look for signs from I always look for signs from my mother or my sister.
Okay, this feels more like mother than it does sister. I feel like this woman had some, so she's been gone for some time though.
3 years this year.
Okay, and would she have passed from an illness, please?
Oh, no, my mother passed, I don't know, she just passed away peacefully. My sister passed from an illness, but my niece from years ago, she was young, 44, and she passed from diabetic. She was a diabetic. Would it be her, maybe? Laura.
Okay. I don't think it's your niece, honey. I would say it would be your sister or your mother, but just because of the energy that's coming through, I feel they were very close to you. I feel they would have been a part of your life. Do you understand? I'm not saying that your niece wouldn't be, but I let me see if I can get a piece of information about your sister, please. Her crossing over, please. She says to me that she was unwell. She wasn't healthy.
No, she wasn't healthy at all.
And she's telling me that she didn't do enough for herself. She didn't look after herself enough. Can you understand that, please?
Yeah, health-wise, yes. She had open heart surgery. She was very sick.
Okay. So your sister is telling you not to give up, telling you to keep walking that straight path, please. I want to say I do feel like she is connected to you, still watching over you, please. And she says you worry so much. I'm gonna say this to you. Your sister also says that she is in your home with you, but she says your mama is in your home too. So they are around you. They are around you. I would say to you that within the next day or so, you're going to feel them in your home because you now know. Okay?
Oh, good.
So, Michelle, look for your son. Make sure he's getting the right advocacy going for him, love. You're doing all the right things according to your sister in spirit, please. And she's telling you to turn the picture around. Turn the picture around. I don't know what that means, honey, but I'm going to leave that with you.
Turn the picture around. I wonder what picture it is.
I don't know. She's showing me it's a picture, but there's more than one person in the picture. I can see 3 figures in the picture. So go and find that picture, turn it around, see what that looks like. Maybe it's even in a photo album and she wants it put out. But I'm going to let her go, and I'm going to leave that with you, Michelle. Good luck with your son.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Michelle. Thank you. Okay. Now, I believe that we could have another call here. Oh, Tony in Texas.
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fair.
You're fair. Oh, goodness. Okay, since you're fair, I'm going to say that you would like to ask me something. You would like to put something out there. Go ahead and let's see what I can do for you tonight.
Well, I've just had a really hard time probably the last 4.5 years, actually, probably since COVID started. And I just feel like I can't get back to where my life was. It's just kind of been one thing after another. And I'd like to see what I need to do.
Okay, so the very first thing I'm going to say to you is, whew, I can feel your energy, girlfriend. I can feel your energy, and I'm like, it is not selfish to want more for yourself. And I feel like you are a giver as opposed to a receiver. So you are so used to giving out, whether it is giving out in family ways or at work or whatever it is, you are someone that gives out a ton of energy. And so you feel depleted right now.
Oh, definitely.
Okay. Did you have COVID, please?
No.
Okay. That's totally interesting for me because I feel like you're carrying the whole COVID energy, as though, you've gone through that whole ringer of being really, really sick. You take on other people's energy like an empath would. You know what I mean? Like you just take on other people's energy. I'm going to say this to you. I feel like you took on the COVID energy, like the whole feeling of, the isolation. Now you're in Texas, right?
Yes, I'm a nurse, and I worked in the COVID field the whole time.
Okay, first of all, thank you. That could have been your greatest sacrifice. So from my heart to yours, thank you. Also, you didn't get COVID. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done for not getting COVID. I've never had COVID either, knock on wood.
Yeah.
But you're a nurse right in there. I was sitting at home hiding behind my computer screen. So I'm impressed with you. But I feel like you took that whole COVID energy on. And now that you're saying that to me, I'm like, oh my God, yes, you did. You absolutely did. You were carrying all that energy, and that energy now has to be dissipated. It has to go. Now, just hear me out though, because I feel like your conscious action is going to be what helps you with this. So, oh my goodness, that energy of what COVID stood for has kind of you've embodied it, right? You were doing all the things. You were giving yourself out. You're trying to make everyone be okay. Like, you wanted to see people survive this. And that I can't even imagine, so I'm not even going to try to imagine, but this is what I'm going to say to you. It is up to you to change the energy. And I feel as though, although things have felt very complicated, I feel very complex. I feel like your life has felt very complex. Also, there is other things in your world as a nurse that are bothering you.
Yes.
Okay. So there's other, I'm not sure how to say this, situations, there's other things as a nurse that you feel disempowered with, that you can't help with. And this bothers you at a soul level. Okay?
Yeah.
So when I'm tapping into you, I'm going to say this to you. It is about what you need moving forward. What do you need, Tony, to move forward? Do you need new people? Do you need a new state? I don't know if Texas is a nice place to live in. I don't know. I don't know. Do you need new? Because to shed the old, we have to look for something new. And I am being told that you are a humble person, that you are a kind person. Spirit is saying to me that you have given all. Now it's time for you to receive. It's time for you to bring that energy back, and you are going to. I feel that the next 2 months for you will be the time that you are sitting in your power. You are just like, no, I've got to look at this. I got to listen to that crazy lady that was on the radio show, and I've got to look about what I want in my life, and I've got to figure out how to bring that, because Spirit will give you the tools. I don't know if you heard the story I told about Davida. Spirit will give you the tools. You don't have to sit and manifest everything. You just have to set the intention and say, to the God of your understanding, creator, goddess, Buddha, Krishna, whatever, you just have to literally say, okay, I'm ready for something more. I'm willing to do the work. I'm willing to do the work. And Spirit will give you the tools. There'll be like little epiphanies. You'll be walking down the street one day and be like, I don't want to go to, I don't know, this restaurant anymore. I've been going there every day for, the last 3 years, and I'm done. It doesn't serve me a purpose anymore. I also want to ask you if you have a cat, please.
Yes.
Okay. Your cat is very important to you and can pick up all your energy.
Okay.
Your cat is just, trust me on this one. Cats are very psychic, and your cat can pick up all the energy and dispel it for you, like move it away from you. Energy, like, just kind of takes it. Now, your cat's not owning your energy. So if you're not feeling good, your cat's not sitting there feeling like, oh, my dog's going to bark. I said cat, now the dogs are barking. I'm just saying to you that your cat is very good for you. There is a lot of peace that comes from this cat. I don't know why Spirit wants you to know that. You will know why Spirit wants you to know that. But as for your future, I'm not a fortune teller. No one is a fortune teller. Why? Because you have free will choice and you have the personal responsibility. But I feel good with you, Tony. I feel absolutely good with you. And if you wanted to touch base with me outside of the call, you're more than welcome to. Follow me at Spirit Essence by Tara Diana. And I would like to give you just something a little bit more. But right now, I'm telling you that this is just a moment. It's a moment that you're recognizing and you're seeing like, okay, so these things didn't work for me. Now it's time for me to move into a different era of my own space. And once you say, this is who I am, this is what I'm going to do, that's when it all changes for you.
Okay.
I promise. I promise.
I'm ready.
Okay. And just remember this. The world right now is in a very dysfunctional space. So energetically, everything is chaotic. And when we sit in chaos, we can't help but feel it. So I'm going to leave that with you, Lovey. Reach out to me if you feel so inclined. Reach out to me.
Okay.
I'll give you just a little bit more. Sometimes it takes me a few days to get to someone, but I'm going to leave that with you, Lovey.
Okay. Thank you, Tara.
You're welcome, Tony. Good luck, Lovey. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye now. That is the show for today. If you feel like tonight's Touched by Spirit touched you, feel free to send me a message. Let me know your story. I'd love to use it on here. Follow me on all my platforms, Spirit Essence by Tara Diana. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Facebook. And join my Empowering Intuitive Souls Facebook community. We have a whole collective of practitioners that do all sorts of different metaphysical work that would love to support you just with their empowering posts, the posts of value. So just come and join us, and I will see you next time with another story by Touched by Spirit. I don't know what I'll tell you next time, and we'll see who we can connect with again. Okay, everyone. Bye now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world watching the Urban Monk Mindfulness 101, Why Thinking is Killing You, live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. Tonight, it's not going to be about teaching. It's going to be about me just running back over a few things that we've talked about and also giving you contact details for future shows. I'm going to speak to Dave at some point and start taking calls from you viewers out there with any problems that you might have. I get a bit tired of myself listening to myself, so I'd like some feedback, some questions that I can deal with in the space of time that we've got. So I've been away a while. As you've probably been aware, I've been to the good old US of A where it all started. Just trying to catch up with mindfulness over there, a trip to Death Valley, just to reabsorb the energy of the universe and the now moment where this all started. Oh, just give me a second. Caller, give me a minute. Well, okay, you've got a minute. I don't know what that means. But here we go. So just recollecting in the Urban Monk. Oh, another one. Did you want to call her? Not today. I'm just going to go ahead and give everybody the heads up so we can start taking calls from next week, probably. Just have a look at Urban Monk UK on Facebook, The Long Road to Richmond on Facebook. That was the original Facebook page before this all took off. And you'll find links. And we've also got a live website now, which is urmo.uk. So urbanmonk.uk, but it's not the actual words Urban Monk, it's urmo, urmo.uk. So there'll be happenings on there. There'll be another book coming out soon, which is titled Why Thinking is Killing You, which is the theme of my talks. We started off living in the moment, being present, and that takes us full circle to how we think and what we think about. If we're thinking in the present moment, everything's good. If we're not, and we're identifying with something from the past or resurrecting a problem that we had and hoping for a better future, that's where the body starts to mess up, because the vibration of the brain affects everything within the body, the blood flow, the internal organs. 80 to 90% of all doctors' visits in the UK, and I'm pretty sure it's probably higher in the US, are for stress-related and anxiety issues. So check out those details that I've given you. My book, The Death of a Narcissist and the Best Yorkshire Ponies in the World, is available on Amazon. I've shown a picture of it before, but all you've got to do is Google Death of a Narcissist, and it's the one in green and black. So hit me up, have a look at what's happening, think about where you want to be, think about questions you might want to ask. And in the meantime, let's just think about being present. Let's just think about living in the moment. Thinking creatures that create. We are creative creatures that think. And it's when that thinking goes awry that we start to have problems. And I'll go on about it. I'll keep going on about it until you get to the bottom of where your anxiety is coming from. I'm also starting a new job with a counselling group in the UK, dealing with people that have gone for what we would call typical forms of counselling, and they're not achieving the results they want. The owner of the business has decided that once they've got to a certain level within that counselling, they need a little bit of nowism, a little bit of urban monkism, a bit of reality to make them realise that it's not necessarily the circumstance that they're living in, it's the way they're dealing with that circumstance. And when I do my public speaking and my talks, I upset quite a few people, because I normally start off by saying every problem that you've got in your life is your own fault. And I'm saying that to you guys out there. Again, you might switch off, you might stop listening, you might want to dig a little bit deeper, because everything that's happening in your life, be it you're a billionaire, that's the way you think. If you're broke and you're on the bread line, as we say in the UK, again, that's because of the way that you've been thinking and dealing with life circumstances. There's a lot to be said for just acknowledging the thoughts. As Professor Steve Peters, the author of The Chimp Paradox, says, it's a feeling, it's a thought, it's your chimp. Give it a banana, stick it back in its box, acknowledge the thought, and just move on. Learn from it. We get to a point in life where the problems we've had, and this is where I came from, but this is where the Urban Monk was born. The fact that my life was in such a state, functioning alcoholic, that I needed to learn a valuable lesson. Relationship breakdowns, problems with money, financial issues, the real bad credit, all that kind of stuff that everybody talks about every day, but it's gone. It was then, and it's not tomorrow. So I've not got those problems right now in my life. So it is doable. I'm not going to pretend it's easy, but you have to go through. I won't swear, because this might be on YouTube at some point, and you're not allowed to swear on YouTube. But you get the meaning. It starts with sh and ends in it. So when that happens, we curl up in a ball and we hope it goes away instead of confronting it. We confront it in the present moment. We plan for the future. I'm planning for next week's show, and in a time that doesn't exist. So it's a bit of a paradox, really, that I tell everybody not to live in the future, not to live in the past, but to live in the moment. Well, realistically, we can't do that. You've got to go to the doctor. You've got to go to the dentist. You've got an appointment with a solicitor. For whatever reason, you've got things to do in the future. It's just that we play movies in our mind about what could go wrong. And I'll give you a personal example. Got back from America, carried on doing what I do. And then on Saturday, I received a speeding infringement from a local constabulary, a local police force. And it was dated the 3rd of April. So it's taken some time to come through. And I received it on the 18th. And the deadline for the appeal was the 20th, which was yesterday. So it was the weekend, didn't have a chance to do anything, didn't have time to deal with it. And now the old me would have gone ballistic, shouting, throwing things around, panicking, worrying about losing my license, worrying about the size of the bill. But I filled the form in online and sent it off. And what will be, will be. When the fine comes, I'll pay it. When the fine doesn't come because I've got extenuating circumstances, then that'll be then. And as I've said to you before on many shows, when that email comes through and when that court date comes through and when that fine comes through, it will be now. So there's no point me winding myself up, ruining any relationship or friendships that I have because I'm getting agitated. I'll deal with it when it happens. I've dealt with it now, the way I'm explaining it to you. And when the result comes out or the end decision is made, it will then be now, but then, if that makes sense. And if it doesn't, ring up, call in, and I'll explain it to you. I'll explain exactly what I'm talking about. So really, it's quite a quick show because I've been away and I've spoken to Dave and to Constance about carrying on with the show, which is great news. I'm up for this and I'm raring to go and to spread more nowism to you guys. So hit me up on Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonkuk@gmail.com, urmo.uk, the website, and check out Long Road to Richmond. It was because I was driving to Richmond in Virginia, and it's a hell of a long road for those of you that live out there. I'm sure you can appreciate that. I drove the entire distance, 2,700 something miles in 33 hours. Yep. And I was hallucinating, but it was the epiphany. It was the moment that the Urban Monk was born. So I'll leave that with you. I'll thank you for looking in today or watching on Catch Up. If you've got any comments on Catch Up, just make a note down there and I'll get to read them. If not, hang on till next week, call in, and I'll do my best to put your mind at rest and get you living in the moment. So it's been great talking to you. It's not really great to be back from the US, to be fair. 85 degrees down to, I don't know, it's 13 here today, rain. When I was in the middle of Death Valley, it was 105 degrees, which for the people that know that place, it's quite chilly. There were actually people wearing trousers and jackets. Seriously. I just couldn't believe it. I was nearly melting. But anyway, I'll love you and leave you. I'll call a halt to it today and I'll move on and I'll see you all next week. Get ready with those questions and I look forward to answering them.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Tuesday and happy 11/11. I'm Robin, and I'm your evidential medium, psychic, animal communicator, mentor. Whatever you need, I can help. I guess. No, seriously. Love healing people. Love never dies. It truly doesn't. And I hope you're all doing well. I know it snowed in Nashville this morning, so it's very cold here. But it's warm in the house. Anyway, if you want a reading, I'd love to give you one today, so just go for it. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, today is 11/11. It is a really significant portal that's open today. As you might know, 11/11 is a master number according to numerology, and it symbolizes your spiritual awakening, new beginnings, a heightened manifestation power, and lots of synchronicities. It reminds you that you're on the right path to your dreams coming true. So remember that, and sit today with an intention, something your soul truly wants. Feel it, breathe it, visualize it. And while you're doing that, I'm going to welcome Danielle from Arizona. Hi, Danielle. How are you today?
I'm fine.
I hope you're keeping warm in Arizona.
Oh, it's like 87 degrees here. It's very warm, unusually warm.
Send some of it over to Asheville, please. So how can I help?
It's very hot. I'm a preschool teacher, and we were outside, and the kids are all sweaty and dying.
Oh, that's cool. I love that.
So
what can I do for you today?
What kind of a medium are you? Can I do ask you a question, or
You can ask me a
send
question.
messages from the ask you a question?
I tried to connect. I connect with your spirit, with your people who have passed. If you want to talk to somebody, just let me know. We have about 10 minutes, so I'll do whatever I can in minutes.
Okay, well, my mom passed. It's going to be 2 years coming up in December. Does she have any messages for me?
Okay, let me try to connect with your mom. So while I'm connecting, just think about your mom. I do feel her energy around you. She's very strong. Would you understand that? Would you understand that your mom fought long and hard not to leave this earth? I don't feel like you were ready for her to go, and I also don't feel like she was ready. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. She had a cardiac arrest, so it wasn't something that we were expecting or planning for or anything like that. Yes.
Okay, because I feel like there were plans in the books. I just feel like I feel like the holidays were one of her favorites, but I'm getting New Year's Eve was a very big celebration. And I feel like she knew something was wrong, but she was hoping that nothing would happen before the new year, is what I'm getting from her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also getting an apology.
She passed right before.
Okay,
An
because
apology?
An apology. I didn't want to leave, and I'm sorry I didn't take care of myself more. I do feel like she had a doctor's appointment and she didn't want to go. It was almost like, if I don't go, I'm okay. And she wishes that she went before the new year. I'm getting that New Year's Eve was really important for her. What else? So as a message for you, I don't have to tell you she loves you because you know that. I do feel as though the two of you were very close. Does that make sense to you? Because, okay, because I'm getting that, this is going to sound funny, but I am getting that you both could just look at each other and know what each one was thinking. It's almost like you were twins, and I know you're not because you're her daughter, but it's almost like you could read each other's minds and thoughts. You grew up very close to her. I know moms and daughters don't always get along, and there were issues, there probably were a few issues, but nothing that couldn't be fixed, couldn't be handled. Would you understand? Do you have a daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Would you understand that your daughter feels grandma around her? Because I just keep getting this feeling that your daughter, okay, so I'm getting this feeling that your daughter and you either write songs or poetry to your mom. Does that make any sense? There's words. So I don't know if your daughter is doing drawings or talking to your mom, but I feel like the two of you are, excuse me, there's some sort of dedication to your mom. Does that make any sense?
Yes, we just did one for All Saints Day, November 1st, and we had pictures of her and my grandma and gifts for them. So there was a table, like an ofrenda. There was a table with offerings on there for her. So that just recently happened. So that's probably what she's talking about.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just getting this feeling that she's shining. Your mom's like this shining star. And I just feel like whenever she walked into a room, it didn't matter whether she was dressed to the nines or wearing a lot of makeup. She just, I don't know, she just brightened up the room no matter where she was, and always had a hug and a kiss and a nice word for people. She stood up for herself, but she always wanted to help everyone. And she was definitely... She helped
way too many people, I think.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just getting the feeling that she was the matriarch of the family, and that everyone relied. Definitely. And now you are...
Everybody relied on her, yes. Now I think it's kind of falling on my shoulders, yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say that you're stepping into her shoes, and they're hard shoes to wear, but she wants you to know that you're doing a great job. You are now, it's like she's passing the torch to you, and she's saying, you are now the glue that's keeping this family together. And I also feel like your daughter, I feel like you have more than one child, but this particular daughter is helping you keep the family together.
Well, because her grandbabies, are like everything to me. So she lives with me right now, and yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, my mom was very close with them too, so that's why we miss her so much, because it was unexpected. And so
yeah,
and my grandbabies talk about her a lot. So
okay, that makes sense, because I just keep getting a lot of communication going, and also a lot of, I don't know why I'm hearing ceremonies. There's one ceremony. I'm not sure what type of ceremony. Your mom's calling it a ceremony. I don't know if it's lighting candles or having an altar for her, but there's something that she wants you to continue.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we just did. We lit candles, and we have pictures of her, and we gave offerings. So maybe that's what she's talking about. Did she have any messages for my grandbabies?
For your grandbabies, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just listening to her. She wants one to keep dancing and not to worry about what anybody says. Does that make any sense?
Yes, because one is special needs, and when she goes to school,
Okay.
like the children don't play with her.
Okay.
But she loves to dance. That's her favorite, most
Okay,
favorite
because she
thing
just,
ever.
yeah, I mean, the message is just keep dancing and don't worry. Everyone is going to see how special you are because she's a bright light. Doesn't matter whether she's special needs or not. She's a bright light, and people are going to notice that. Your grandma, your mom is also saying that she will have a favorite friend this year, well, maybe 2026 after the holidays, but she will have a special person that is going to be hanging out with her. So she wants you to know that. Now, do you have
It's going to be hanging out with my granddaughter?
Yes, is what I'm getting.
Okay.
There's something.
Okay.
There's something coming that your granddaughter is going to be very happy about. It's something to do with the dancing. It brings out a whole new light in her. Now, do you also have a grandson? Or is it
No,
two
I only have two granddaughters.
Two granddaughters? Okay.
Two granddaughters.
Okay. I don't know. I keep hearing a son, so watch out. Not watch out.
I have a son, but not a grandson.
Okay. I feel like there might be an announcement soon. So just keep that in mind, because your mom is laughing. Your other granddaughter.
What about my other granddaughter?
Your other granddaughter is oh man, she's a beautiful fairy, is what I'm getting from your mom. She's just beautiful.
She's very beautiful. It kind of scares me because she's probably going to get everything she ever wanted because of her beauty. She's very beautiful.
But she is also down to earth, and she is like you and your mom, very like heartfelt, I want to say. Very heartfelt. She's a healer. So you may have to talk to her about boundaries. Not yet, but soon, because she feels a lot. And she can just touch if you have a headache, she could just touch your forehead and the headache will go away. She's not doing it, well, I don't want to say on purpose. It's just who she is. She's a fairy. And she just wants to help animals and people. So you may have to talk to her about boundaries a little bit. Nothing bad. I don't want to scare you. It's nothing bad.
No, but I don't want her to drain herself either.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. And we have 60 seconds, so I'm going to have to wrap it up. But your mom wants to make sure that you don't get scared of it. Just try to talk to her about it because you don't want her to get drained because she is such a special, unique young lady. There's also something, I don't know why I'm hearing a flute. So I don't know if she plays a musical instrument, but flutes are usually about
not yet. She's little, maybe when she's older. Not yet.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it has to do with her being like a little fairy goddess. I just hear flute music. But anyway, I want to wish you well and celebrate your mom because she wants you to keep doing the ceremonies and don't stop doing them. And you don't need to just do it for her anniversary. It could be for birthdays. It could be anytime. And make sure you celebrate New Year's Eve like it was going out of style, is what I'm hearing her say.
Okay. All right.
And I hope that you enjoyed the reading, and I hope you have a great afternoon.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and delight all over the world. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where, not even 24 hours ago, I was screaming in agony. That's just a medical thing, but it went away. It finally went away. But if my voice is a little raspy today, that's because I was screaming in agony. It's just a thing with pain, I mean, I don't mind. I can deal with pain. It's this kind of pain I can't deal with, which is intermittent pain that comes and goes every few seconds, even if it's a minute or so. It's just, how do you ignore that? How do you wipe that out? I'm very good with chronic pain. I demonstrated that to a dentist once who didn't believe me. So I said, listen, you're going to put a filling in, right? He said, don't use any Novocaine. He was horrified. I said, just watch. Just give me a moment to get ready, and I'll show you. And he was able to drill without any Novocaine because it was just a steady pain. I can deal with that. I have ways of dealing with that mentally. But when it starts and stops, so I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to be with you here tonight because the pain was awful. And I know it usually goes away after one day. And I'm glad that it happened before today, because I miss too many shows. I don't like that, and I like doing this. I enjoy being with you. I enjoy reading with you. It's one of my favorite things to do. But screaming agony kind of ruins it for me. So I don't want to do that anymore. I'd really rather not be screaming in agony. So I've got nothing new to report today. Nothing. Everything is usual. It's normal here. I mean, this city, people, we have an election coming up, and believe it or not, I've heard this. You ready? This is the most important election of our lifetime. You don't hear that very often, do you? Well, when you get to be my age, you'll know that they all say that. It's always the most important election of our lifetime. That's a long lifetime I've been having. So, yeah, I mean, we vote, and then what? Then we get to pick somebody we can complain about for 4 years, and then we vote for somebody else. This has been an interesting election cycle, because we have a person who ran on one party line who's actually a member of another party. And the only other person in the race from that party has already lost to that guy, and he's calling on the person from another party to leave the race. I'm being cryptic only because I want to avoid specific politics here. I don't want to get into the news, so to speak, because you can get that stuff everywhere. You turn on anything on YouTube, or you turn on anything in media, and you're going to get, this was the most, insert your adjective of our lifetime, or noun, insert noun. This is the most adjective noun of our lifetime, so I don't know. I spent too much time in media myself, so that I know that it thrives on fear. Everything about it is fear. I mean, even the hit shows, comedies, that's fear of feeling left out. They want people to feel that they're missing something. There's a very strange factor there, because there was a television show This happened twice I can think of in my lifetime, in the most important thing in my lifetime. There was a television show called The Waltons, which you may remember, which was a nice little homespun, happy-go-lucky show. And then there was Seinfeld. And they both have something in common, which is that their ratings were abysmal. Nobody was watching the show. But in each case, the head of the network kept it on because he liked it. Okay, so, that's valid, I suppose. I mean, it's a little bit outside of the realm of the fiduciary responsibility of an executive to do something that will lose stockholders' money. But a curious thing happened. It happened first it was noticed with the Waltons, and then it was replicated years later with Seinfeld. After they'd been on, each of them, for a couple of seasons, people just assumed that they were popular, the shows, and that they were missing out by not watching it. And they both became massive hits after being a failure at the outset, purely because the head of the network liked the shows and wanted to keep them on. So people thought that these shows they must be good, or they would have been canceled 2 years ago. Well, you see how that works? It's an advertising technique called, there's alternately, they call it fear of missing out these days, but it's called the bandwagon. You haven't bought my shaving soap yet? What are you waiting for? Everybody, that kind of thing. You don't need that. It's silly. But that's how it works. That's how marketing works. The bandwagon is one of the big techniques, which is essentially fear of being left out. Then there's the appeal to authority, which is another logical fallacy. But there's also, 9 out of 10 dentists recommend, and then that's silly. Now, I happen to know that there is a publication that's dedicated to consumerism in the best sense of the word, an informed consumer. And I got into an argument years ago with a guy about this because they had a reputation for never endorsing products. Well, we got them in the company I worked for to endorse a product because they were also our clients. So it wasn't really kosher, but they did. And, I'm not going to go into any more details on that because it was a long, long, long time ago. And the days when I was working in marketing are just so foreign to me now. I mean, I enjoyed the work. I enjoyed the people. I had a good time. I actually did meet some celebrities on the way up, and I met some on the way down too. That was eerie. I mean, big name media people on the way out, but they did jobs for us, talking on the telephone for people. So, maybe I'll write a book. I don't know. I'm trying to write about a nice friendly encounter I had with a nubile young lady in 1978, which is probably before all you guys were born. But I'm trying to figure out how I can write this without appearing like a can. And I had the stride, I had the rhythm going, and I have all my notes. But that was when the computer crashed. Do you think that's an omen? That was when the computer crashed, and I had to get a new computer, and then that involved its own problems because so many things that I use are obsolete. So I had to get adapters so that I can plug them in. It was a mess. But now I've lost the rhythm there. But it's dedicated to all the people out there who think that the woman who's portrayed in Breakfast at Tiffany's is a role model. I can do without. That's what I would say. I've met too many screwball dames in my life. I mean, real wacky ones to even want to deal with that. I guess I see. It seems to me. I mean, I'm surprised that I've been married now for like 40 years. Because usually I'm just a magnet for neurotic women, That's about it. Yeah. Now, I'm not blaming them. I mean, there's something in me too that is pulling us together. And don't get me wrong, we had a lot of great times. And I'm not saying that my particular 40 years of marriage has been dull. Oh God, anything but dull, you know. One of my favorite moments was we went to a celebrity type party, complete with a row of paparazzi that wanted to take pictures of all the famous people coming in and out. Well, I assure you that my wife and I were not in that category. We just got in that because I was a media insider, so to speak. And, so when we got to the line, we got to the thing where it was at the Metropolitan Museum of all places, and when we got there, I said, "Cover your face, just cover your face." And we did that on the way in, and then we could not lose the photographers all night after that. I mean, they wanted to know everything about us, even though we were, to put it mildly, nobody, you know. And it turned out, of course, that the particular publication that had the exclusive rights to the event named me the best dressed person at that gathering. Believe it or not. Yeah. It was interesting. I mean, we met a lot of interesting people there, and we met a lot of nasty people too, but because they want to know who the hell we were. But we were nobody, you know. That's the key to faking it, you know. Just act like you're somebody, act like you're famous, act like you're a big star, and they'll fall for it every time. And it's just, especially in New York, don't ever let anybody tell you that New Yorkers are sophisticated people, because we are the country bumpkins that we like to put down. That's who we are, you know. I've known so many con artists who have taken people for a fortune simply by pretending to be somebody. You know, there was a guy going around the city years ago saying that he was, oh gosh, what was his name? He claimed to be the son of a great country western singer type, you know. And no, it was phony. It was, you know, we knew it was phony, but I did meet some interesting people in my town. I met the boxer Tex Cobb the night after he lost a championship fight. And let me tell you, man, they don't show you this stuff in the movies, but a heavyweight boxer who goes the distance does not look very healthy the next day. You know, he looked like he'd been beaten up, which of course he was, you know, but but it was fun to see him, and we got along pretty well, I hope. Well, he didn't knock my teeth out anyway, so, you know. The thing is, I've met so many famous people who are very nice that I've come to believe that most of them are quite secure and just normal people. A few of them are definitely screwballs, but that goes for every profession. That's, you know, that's something else I may write about some point. It's if you look at my blog, which you'll find, go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and just click on the thing that says my blog and search around there. You'll find little stories here and there. And I'm working on a few others. There's a wonderful story about the time my mother completely embarrassed herself in an elevator. You'll have to read that one. It's just look for the episode. I'll put a link to it at Twitter or X, but you'll look for the episode there in my blog about Life magazine, which is I used the Life magazine logo in the headline about Tales from My Life, and there's a reason. You'll see why. Well, I think we're shuffled up now, and I think if I have any nervousness left about whether or not my voice is working, I can put that to rest, because it seems to be functioning. I kind of gave myself the day off because, you know, spending 24 hours screaming in agony, that's no fun for my neighbors either, you know. So I don't know. When this particular condition first hit me, it was way, way worse. And I would, every single night, I felt like I was being dipped in fire, and I would start screaming. I would start screaming appeals to the deity in the middle of the night. And I'm convinced to this day that my neighbors felt that I was running some kind of an orgy. But no, it was just pain, good old-fashioned agony and pain. But I've got it under control pretty much. But sometimes it springs up, and when it does, in order to give you a rough idea of the pain, when it first hit me, I had the presence of mind to realize that this is probably where the rumors about voodoo dolls and sticking pins in them came from, because that's what it feels like. It was one little teeny piece of your body is getting knifed repeatedly. Hey, geez, forget it, I mean, were I the type to walk around armed, not saying I am, I don't know that I could knife somebody, even if it was a life or death situation, because I know what it feels like to get the simulacrum of being stabbed repeatedly. I've had that happen to me way too many times. So anyway, here we are. You can tell I'm a little nervous because I'm babbling, but I'm glad I made it. I'm glad I got through it, and I'm glad I'm here to share readings with you. Now, I guess this is becoming a nervous habit. I ought to stop that. Good cards, good cards. Just stay where you are. I am now going to heartburn. See, that's one of the side effects of the painkillers is heartburn. And let me tell you, I take such serious painkillers that I'm on a police list. I don't like that, but every now and then they need to check up to see if I'm a criminal. I kind of resent that about my own government, which I've spent years financing, and I don't like that. Anyway, that is neither here nor there, because there's not a thing I can do about that. So why don't we pull back the curtain and keep doing this? Well, on the magical window. And I'll do what I usually do to signify sacred space, even though I haven't done much selling. I'm not, I had a very successful week sales-wise. Some wonderful person bought loads of my amulets and talismans from Zazzle. Go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and take a look at occult jewelry. Because it's nice stuff. This was one of the first pieces. This was the first piece I made. I think it's the first pentacle of the sun. And it's, you'll see what it's for if you take a look at magic-works.com. And remember, that's magic-works.com. And you just had to sneak a plug in there, didn't you? And go to occult jewelry, and you'll see it. There's a large selection there, and if there's some kind of a magical sign or sigil that you would like that you don't see, feel free to let me know, and I'll make it for you. I'll do it. No extra charge, obviously. And these are very reasonably priced, and I just like doing them and seeing people enjoy them. So we're going to now ring that bell. And pull back the magical curtain for Barbara in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm okay, thank you.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. How's that? What can I look at for you?
That would be fantastic.
Well, I'll do my best. What can I look at for you?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you're feeling anything that's coming through, possibly from my mom and dad, in regards of my health. I just recently got diagnosed with CLL, and it's not that's bothering that much. It's more of the symptoms that I get with that, and I'm, I guess, relishing for my parents, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, let's see. The first card I've got is an interesting card, and I don't know how it fits in here yet, but it's the Hanged Man. And that is about people who've sacrificed something for something else in life and made a sacrifice. Now, the interesting thing about the Hanged Man is that almost everybody who looks at that card here, if you see the video feed, you'll see it at some point. When you turn it upside down, it looks like he's dancing. And almost everybody turns that upside down. So it refers to a sacrifice that you do willfully, and that you know that it's something good is going to come out of it. So it could be that your parents, have they sacrificed for you over the years? Is that possible? I mean, I know there are times my parents did. So, there could be something like that.
Yeah, they are both passed.
Yeah, so they... Well, that could be a message.
I'm just wondering if there's any kind of feeling that, I guess, that they're sending away that I'm going to be okay kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, that absolutely does, because that's one of the messages I do get from these kind of readings. The Knight of Rods is here. The Four of Coins is here. These are interesting cards. I don't see how they fit in just yet, but... The Six of Cups is here, which is memories of childhood, which is memories of a time past, and they're good memories. And sometimes it signifies meeting somebody from those days. I'm going to cut the cards and see if I can get something a little more precise here. Well, here's a good. This is the Ten of Cups is a happy family. So that tells me there was. Now, this is a card I always get. When there are certain cards I look for when I'm doing past life readings, and I always get this card, even though it's not specifically like the Death card or that kind of thing. This is the Nine of Swords, which is of great sadness and sorrow. So there's an awareness from this departed spirits that there's sadness that they're leaving. The next card is the Wheel of Fortune, which says that that's going to change. The sadness will change. The Page of Cups there is a card about experiencing a new level of emotional well-being. So that goes in with what you were saying, which is a message that the message that I'm getting is you'll be okay. Okay, that is exactly what I have here. The World is here.
Well, that's a great
card.
Feeling.
The card of the World is the card of assured success and happiness. So what I'm seeing here, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at those other cards to see how they fit in, or if it's just random sort of background psychic noise. But I mean, the Knight of Rods means that something new is coming your way in terms of work and career and the kind of work you do. These things, I started a business very late in life, so, who knows, right? And and the Four of Coins is a person who knows how to nurture their money. Let's say a very careful financial person. You're not reckless. There may be people who think you're cheap, but you're not, that, and I know that. But, when they say you're cheap, it means that they're not getting enough out of you, right? So, you're
Absolutely, yeah.
But you're extremely responsible person. Now, this may fit on this is the Death card. That is almost mandatory when I do a reading like this, that's going to show up.
Okay.
Because we're dealing with a past life. So the next card is the Chariot, which is an interesting thing. They seem to be pointing to me that you're dealing with conflicting forces. You're going to be, because this is a person who's handling, literally on the card, it's a black horse and a white horse. One wants to go this way, one wants to go that way, and you have to control all these things. Now, you're going through a medical episode, correct? So you have a lot.
Chronic CLL.
Yeah, and you have a lot to deal with, and a lot to control. And look, I know that too. I'm there too. I mean, I'm under constant medical treatment, for what I've got, which is terminal, but they're keeping me going.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, you know.
Well, my leukemia, I mean, it's chronic.
It happens.
There's no cure, but.
Right.
Yes.
But you know, there are certain.
It's just untwisted, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, Reverend Elliott. It's just a conviction, you know. Conviction.
I understand. This is what this card refers to, is that, you know, it's a lot of people need to understand this about those of us who are involved in a chronic situation. It takes up a lot of our time. It takes up a lot of our energy. You know, it's not just a mental thing. You know, I mean, it's your whole life is about to change. You know, now
it is, and it.
You know, I've been there. And I'm you know, but you know, to me, I keep going, and what happens. But you see, you are a very what's the word I'm looking for? Diligent person. You know, that goes with what I said about the money. This is another money card, too. It's the Eight of Coins. Now, that also refers to starting something new, like a new job or a new career or an idea that you want to flesh out. And you apply yourself to it so well that you get recognized for it with this card. And then that's the Eight of Coins. Now, you have the counterpart here, the Eight of Cups, which is you are moving away from things in your life that you don't want to deal with, that are no good. So you're moving towards things that are good for you, and you're moving towards a better way of life. So
you are absolutely correct. Yes.
Good. That's important.
Yes.
There are two cards here that are almost, I could see them from your type of reading. And these are major cards, so this is all important. The Strength card is here. That means you've got the strength to deal with this. You know, you may not want to. I know that feeling very well, but you do, and you will, because you're the kind of person who deals with what you need to deal with. And then there's the Temperance card.
You are 100% correct, Reverend Elliott.
And
right on the money.
Well, these are your cards. They're not. I'm just saying what I see here. But it's you that I'm reading about. And the Temperance card here, that's important, because that means your life has been thrown a bit out of balance, but you will get balance back. That's the important thing. So that's the message I'm seeing, which is, you know, it always has that card of great sadness in there, the Nine of Swords, but it always moves towards an upbeat, positive message that the spirits have. And to me, I see... I see that you're going to come out of this okay, as well as you can. You know what I mean? I mean, we all know how it's going to end anyway for life.
Yes.
So, but you're going to be all right. You know, you have what it takes to deal with it. And the important thing is, here's an interesting thing here too. The Nine of Coins is here, that you're a person who is okay in solitude. You know, you don't need to be around people all the time. Doesn't mean you're a loner.
Oh, my gosh.
Am I correct?
Oh, I live alone, and I'm quite content, because I don't want the negativity in my life.
Well, content is the word. That's the word I was groping for, is contentment.
I am absolutely content.
A lot of people are scared by that card, because they think it means that they're going to be lonely and empty. No. You know, this is a whole different kind of thing. This is a whole thing. Now, I know that this is good for you, because I have here the Ace of Cups, which means you're in a period that is emotionally well suited for you. So you're looking out for yourself emotionally and physically and mentally. What more can you do, right?
Yes. It does, like you said, Reverend Elliott, it does get draining. And that's why I was just wondering if there was like anything, because both my parents have passed with cancer, not the kind that I have, but a very different type, both of them the same. Their lifestyle was just a precursor of how their cancer came in their passing. But I'm just wondering if it's like, you know.
Well, one of the things I know from people I've known who are in medical sciences, because I found out many years ago that one of the best things that I could do for myself as I started aging was to get to know as many doctors as I can, But the smartest thing I did in my 30s was I bought a walking stick, a nice solid walking stick, which comes in very handy now.
Yes.
That is take care of yourself. Make sure you take care of yourself. Give yourself the days off that you may need. Take the time that you need. Sometimes I skip medical treatment sometimes because it's very draining. And I've gone, and I go through an awful lot. And I tell them that you got to understand, and it's odd to say this to doctors, but I've done. I said, you got to understand, because you don't seem to fully grasp this. You're dealing with sick people. And we're not necessarily up to every challenge at every moment, at every time. But we'll pull through and deal with most of them, is how I put it. And that's in life, that's good, I mean, I remember seeing a sign on the subway.
That's what I'm feeling when I said, like, earlier, sorry, Doctor.
No, go ahead.
Elliott.
Please, go ahead.
With the doctors, like you had just said, that's very true, because it is physically, mentally, and emotionally very draining. Like, I do get to it, but at the end, it's like, my gosh, why is this, and on a good day, you don't even question anything.
Right. Well, a lot of doctors don't. A lot of doctors can't deal with it. I mean, I met a depressed doctor one time because he was practicing long enough that his original patients were dying, and I said to him, you should have expected this. That's part of life, and it's happening, and it got to him. But I'm not saying that they need to build a wall around themselves, but they need to take care of themselves too. And my belief firmly is you can't help other people till you help yourself. Otherwise, you won't be around to help other people. I
completely agree.
What I was going to say about that, because I saw a sign on the subway when I was in my teens that affected me deeply. It said the odds in life are 2-1 against a dropout. And I thought, well, those are damn good odds in life if it's just 2-1 against, so I'll take it. And I considered strongly dropping out of school. What my decision was, I'll leave for another time. But the odds are 2-1. If I could be assured of that, I would have taken the deal. But
of course, yes.
Because I've seen so much in life. I mean, I've seen people die. It's just weird what you see.
Well, you've been through a lot too, obviously. I'm so sorry.
Well, it happens though. I mean, I was sick a few years ago, and they wrote me off, and they put me in a room where I was the only one who didn't die, and they were kind of upset that I hadn't died. But it was so depressing, it drove one of the nurses crazy. She said, I didn't sign up for this. She said as she ran out screaming.
Yeah, and
so, we are dealing with people, so don't,
Yeah. And that's how it becomes, because if I'm left in a room like that by myself or for treatment or even seeing my doctors, and what you're saying, there's so much truth to that. It's a feeling, like a dooming feeling, or am I going to be okay? And then you do what you have to do, and then your life continues. But at the moment, it's like, oh my goodness, is there somebody watching over me? Am I being,
I'm gonna leave you with one thought, because I think it's important. I had an altercation when I was in the hospital a year ago. I had an altercation with a doctor who had done something wrong, and he wouldn't admit that it was wrong. I don't want to go into the details. It's just a big mess. And I told him to just back off. And I said to him, I upset him. I said, and I deliberately upset him. I ended up saying to him, look, I'm not going to take orders from you just because you went to a vocational school. And he flipped. He was a surgeon, and he flipped out because they have a God complex, surgeons. And I had a team of doctors were ordered to meet with me and find out what the problem was. And when I explained it, one of the youngest of the doctors said, and this is important, he said, well, at least we know we're not dealing with a passive patient. So you see, that's when I realized Don't be a passive patient. They seem to not like that, even though you make things a little difficult for them.
Reverend Elliot?
They respect it.
Yes, I just have to tell you, the word you just used was what my doctor used on me.
Oh, really? What was that? Passive?
Yes. Passive. You are definitely not a passive person.
Good.
When
there
it comes
you go.
to your health.
Good.
My goodness. Wow.
It's your health.
Yeah.
It's nobody else's health. You know, it's yours.
Yes. Yes.
So listen, I'm going to light a nice white candle after the show for you and for the spirit of your parents, and I think you're going to be fine. And you know, you can drop me a line anytime you want, and I'll take a look at a few cards for you. I just, you know, as a fellow consumer of the medical sciences, how's that? Okay. I'm not drumming up business here. I'm not gonna charge you for it. So you can contact me through my website anytime if you need to. Okay.
And that is a link that's on the site here.
Yes, there's a contact page at magic-works.com or mojoacademy.org or even askoneradio.com. You can find my site through there and find the contact page. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Reverend Elliot.
Be well.
Thank you. You as well.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You know, it's a whole different world when you start entering the medical arena. You know, oh brother, you know, I was thinking of having business cards made up that just list, instead of, you know, tarot reader or, you know, occult practitioner, just patient. You know, but I'm not a very patient at sometimes. So let's move along now to Jeanette. Is that how you pronounce it in Georgia?
Yes. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, hey, that's what I'm here for. Thank you for calling. I mean, without you, what would I do, right?
Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate your kind words. So what can I look at for you?
Just been feeling really stuck for the last 6 months or so. Wondering if you can help me figure out what the blockages are.
Okay, listen, that's interesting because right here at the top of the deck is the Two of Coins, and that's a card of somebody. Mm-hmm. I mean, figuratively, they're balancing money, but it really is about a person who's juggling to try to get something going in life, and it isn't kind of working yet. So that's exactly what I've got here. You know, so yeah. Now, the good news is the next card is the Wheel of Fortune, and that means that your situation is going to change. Okay. Now, it's going to be a very deep change because I have the Death card. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to die. The Death card is important in tarot because it's been ruined by horror movies. But what it actually means is that one phase of your life is coming to an end and a new phase is beginning, because that card, if I don't know if you can see if on the live stream here, it has a sunrise on it. That means that a new day is beginning, which is very important in these cards. That you're this is completely common. What you're feeling for people who get cards like this is that you're about to enter a new phase in your life and you're changing. Now, when you change, one of the first things you'll notice is you'll start losing friends. You know, because they'll say, "What the hell happened to you?" You know, but you're growing, you're changing. Here's another one, by the way, which is the Two of Swords. The Two of Coins is here, the Two of Swords. That's about feeling that your life is stuck, that you're in a stalemate position, that nothing is moving. You know, so the cards are picking up exactly what you feel. So this is very good. Now, the question is, how do you get out of this, right? And the answer is, well, you're a very spiritual person, I see, by the card of the Magician. You're able to take power from a spiritual realm and use it here. So you may want to start doing some meditation or prayer work. You can read like the Psalms in the Bible. See, that's a magic book in many ways. A lot of people don't realize it is the Book of Psalms. But I think you're going to be okay because you see, like here I have here. This is the Six of Swords. That's a person who's moving from where she is to where she wants to be, using her own efforts. It's just you're at the phase now where nothing seems to be moving. Well, this is a card that shows a person who can sweep away all obstacles. So when the time comes, if there's anything getting in your way, you're gonna get rid of it. You're just what you're feeling now is that your life is changing, and it's probably sometimes feels like it's not in your control, and it may not be, but it is changing, but the point is it's changing for the better. That's the main thing, that I note that you've been through some rough times. That's the Five of Rods. But you're headed for very plush times. The Nine of Cups, boy, oh boy, that is a happy person. There's a warning with that card that you're going to make people envious, not jealous, envious. There's a difference there. It's just, people don't get the difference, but you're going to do fine. You'll get through this period. You just have to trust your soul and yourself. Okay.
I'm wondering though, because I've been kind of like bed riding, for lack of a better word, and I've gained like 25 pounds in the last 6 months, and it's just eating a lot of junk food, and I'm trying to figure out how to move past it, because I'll be okay for a week, and then I kind of go back to that place again and kind of self isolate. And the thing is, I feel very content and happy, but I know that I need to get out into the world, and I just feel like no matter what I try, it just.
Well, you're changing. That's what I'm seeing. So that's the awkwardness. Now, let me tell you something. When I was in my 30s, I gained like 100 pounds. And when I was 50, I said, the hell with this, and I started an exercise and diet routine. And in 9 months, I took the weight off, and I've been able to keep it off ever since. This is, unless, of course, I weigh 500 pounds and I'm using a special camera. Who knows, right? I don't trust anything I see on the internet. But, it happens. Don't beat yourself up over it. Just when the time comes, you'll take care of it. I have the Justice card here, which tells me that have you been maybe cheated out of something or treated not properly by somebody?
In my past relationship, I poured out too much, and I didn't cut it off when I should have. I gave too much of myself and wasn't receiving it back in return.
Oh, that's painful. That's terrible. Well, this card tells me that you're going to make up for that. You have justice coming, and the Queen of Swords is here too. That's a stern woman with a sword. That's a woman who can take what's hers. So I think you're going to work that out. I'm seeing nothing but happiness here for you. I'm seeing cards of happiness and joy. Things like the Ten of Cups and the Knight of Cups means that new emotional relationships are going to come into your life. So, be gentle with yourself at this point, because you're hurting, right? And the last thing you need is to hurt yourself, if you know what I mean. Let me put it this way. I'm a big believer in telling people not to put themselves down, because the world is full of people who will very gladly do that for you. You know that. You've seen them. We've all seen them. I've been guilty of that myself. I did that with somebody once, and I was dead wrong, and I think I apologized about 20 years later, but because that's how long it was till I'd seen him again, after what I did. But I just want you to understand that you're going to be okay. What I'm seeing here is the King of Coins. Money will be okay. The Star is here. That's hope and optimism, and it means things are going to be good. And the Ace of Swords is here, and that's very, 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 and the Ace of Rods. Now, those are very important, because aces mean new beginnings, and the rods refer to career and your work and the kind of jobs you have. And if you don't have something now, you will. And then the Ace of Swords means your mind is changing, you're growing, you're learning to see the world differently. So, if there's things happening that you don't like, I believe that you know that you can fix that and you'll take care of that. And let me tell you, it's just as natural to lose weight as to gain weight. If that wasn't true, it would be insane. And nothing in nature is insane, except a few people I went out with. But we'll talk about that another time. Yeah, 25 pounds is not that hard unless you're 4'8", then maybe it's a problem. But you can do it, and when the time comes, you will do it. And it's a very rewarding feeling, it's nice. I'd mentioned earlier that I was at a celebrity type party where I was named the best dressed. Well, I invited a theatrical producer to that same party because I was able to bring along a few people, and I hadn't seen him in a while. And that was the period of time where I lost about 120 pounds. And I went right up to him at the party and said hello, and he didn't know who the hell I was. Yeah, and he was shocked when I told him. So, we can do these things. It's a matter of not beating yourself up and a confluence of time and place. That's what we want is when we know we're ready, we'll do it. Okay. So hang in there because you're knocking at the door of great changes that are going to be really, really good for you. Okay.
Thank you.
And
Do you
here,
happen
I see
to
another.
have like a time?
Pardon?
Like a time frame maybe, or like any advice on how to make those changes I know I need to make?
It's happening now, and it's coming.
Okay.
You're that's the Ace of Swords. That means it's happening now. That right now, you're developing a whole new way of thinking and seeing the world, and that's where your treasure is going to come from. Okay, so you're getting there. Okay.
I appreciate you, and that is so true.
Well, thank you very much. But these are your cards, and they're talking to you. Okay, so hang in there because I think things are going to get much better for you. Okay.
Thank you so much for that reassurance. Have a wonderful night, and thanks again.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And let's just get to the next call because I only have a few minutes left. And we'll go to Joni in Austin, Texas. Hi, Joni. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. How are you tonight, Joni?
I'm great. Thank you.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Whatever. You decide.
The card I have at the top of the deck here is the Empress. That's a person who makes things grow and makes things happen and is a catalyst. And is that the kind of person you are, or should I take another card?
No, that would be me.
Okay. So let's put that back in the deck and shuffle it up and see where we go, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I got the Empress again here in these cards here. The cards I have are interesting here. I have the Eight of Coins. That's a person who works assiduously at a job and is recognized for the work that she does, and it'll lead to other things. So if you're starting a new project, or if you're being offered something new at work, or if you're not working but a new job offer comes your way, you might want to consider it because you'll do very well there. And that's followed again by the Empress, which means when you go there, you'll make things happen. Now that's followed by the Tower struck by lightning, which means that sudden change will enter your life after that. Followed by the Two of Swords, which means there'll be a period of tranquility and calm, but that's followed by the Magician, and that's another. The Empress and the Magician; these are powerful people. So I'm looking at changes are coming into your life, but changes for the better. I don't know if there's anything that you're dissatisfied with in life at the moment, but it's not going to. It's not going to last long. The situation.
This all makes sense.
You're going to supremely triumph over this. Okay. Now the Eight of Rods is here. That's a card that means it's on the way. It's almost here. What's happening? What's going to happen? Followed by the Ten of Cups, which is a card of great joy and happiness. The Knight of Coins suggests a new income stream, but be careful with it because it'll be up and down, and it'll be exciting and interesting, but it won't be steady, if you know what I mean. And then, but here's the Knight of Swords, which is, means that mentally and financially things are changing for you and growing. This is a time of a lot of change for people. Right now, you're in a period of rest in terms of things happening in your life. That's what I got here from the Four of Swords.
That's true.
But now there's an interesting card here, which is the Six of Coins, which is about receiving money. That could mean that somebody's going to make you an offer for something, and that goes back to the Eight of Coins. So, you're right at the precipice of something new happening in your life, and it's good. I mean, now, if it wasn't good, I'd certainly tell you. But what I'm seeing is that it's going to be very good. I'll shuffle it up again and see there. But if you've been saying, when is this going to change already? It's that's where you're headed. It's changing, and the nature of that change is going to be very good, really good. I'm going to see if I can pull out one or two more here, and I'll cut the deck again. And what do we get here? We get the Temperance card. That means if there was any unbalance in your life, it's going to be restored. That's the return of balance. And of course, here's the Queen of Swords. That's a very serious woman, a strong woman who knows how to stand up for what's hers. And, this is good. These are very good cards here.
This is really good reading.
Yeah, it's dynamite. Now, this is kind of, I learned long ago that you get more good readings than bad readings. People are trained to expect bad readings because of bad movies, like Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. I like the movie, but everybody who gets a reading turns out to die. And they made up tarot cards in there that don't exist so that they could kill you with them. But no, the tarot isn't like that. It just doesn't work that way. The thing is that the fact that you're looking into what's going on in your life is a sign that you're willing to take control over what's going on in your life and deal with it. And that doesn't mean to be a control freak, but you're willing to take advice from a stranger. That means you're willing to listen and think. You can throw out everything I say if you want or not. That's your prerogative, of course. But the fact that you're seeking is the reason that you're going to get a positive outcome, because you're not closed off. I've known far too many. I mean, I was in the comedy business for years, and it was not uncommon to see people who never, ever, ever, ever got a laugh, and they always just blamed the audience. Now, really? one of the funniest guys to do that was Larry David. I mean, if the audience wasn't laughing, he would just he would curse them out and storm off the stage. But he learned, he learned to listen to the audience, and look where he went. Right? So there you go.
I know.
Well, I've got to run. I've only got 60 seconds left, so I'd like ending on this high note. You're headed for a very good time. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very
pleasure.
much.
Bye-bye.
Your reading is very relevant. Bye-bye.
Oh, great. Thank you. So that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and any doubts I had about my voice holding out, well, I was a real chatterbox today, wasn't I? My microphone is my friend. I like my microphone. So there we go. I don't know if I need a microphone anymore. I mean, this new computer has a nice built-in set of speakers and mic sounding stuff. But hey, look, I'll see you again next week. Yes, I will. Gosh darn it. And that'll be here. I'm here every Wednesday, and you can contact me at asktarot@earthlink.net. And hey, I really enjoyed being with you, and I know I missed a few shows because the computer broke, but I'm still here, and the new computer's fine. So I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye now.
Through the noise. a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Site with Jax Potter. Live from the psychicsite.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Site
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to the show. I'm Jax Potter, the Psychic Psych. I work with clients all over the world. I'm a trauma therapist and a psychic medium, and I support people in getting clarity, in connecting to their higher selves, in understanding what's going on for themselves, in releasing old hurts and old traumas and moving into their favorite life. So today I'm going to take some callers, but before I do, what's sitting really heavily on my heart is talking about allowing things to be as they are. So let me clarify a little bit on that, because quite often where we feel pain is because we are holding on to how we think things should have been or should be, or how people should show up for us, or this didn't work out in the way that I had planned for it to be. And what the messaging I'm getting from the cosmos is, it creates pain where there need not be pain. If we allow things to unfold as they are meant to, if we allow people to show up as they do, if we allow less grip, is how I'm being shown, on the way things show up, the timing of things show up, and the outcome, we travel this earthly experience far more easily, far more peacefully, and we are able to see things as they are able to be, so that we can experience the magic and the miracles that are to come in for us. So if you are having trouble letting go of a scenario, if you are having trouble letting go of a person, or if you are finding yourself really frustrated that things aren't happening in the way that you're wanting them to happen, you are being asked to step back a little bit and allow things to unfold as they are meant to be. That doesn't mean you don't take aligned action on your life and making things happen, but it means you don't create resistance, is how I'm being shown. You don't create resistance when someone is showing you who they are or how they are. Okay, I'm going to take some callers in a moment. I just want to shuffle a little card, see what's coming up for the collective, so that you can all have a bit of messaging here. Okay. Consciousness. Oh, there is no beginning and there is no end. I'm not surprised that this came through after talking exactly about that, of letting go of timing, letting go of the hows and the whens. We are eternal beings. This avatar that you're in is temporary. This life that you're currently in is temporary, but we are eternal beings, and there is no need for you to force or to rush or to wish for it to be different. Allow things to be as they are. Okay, Tyler, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How are you doing?
Very well. And yourself?
I'm great, thank you. I'm a little bit croaky, so I apologize.
No worries.
What were you wanting to talk about today? Do you have particular questions?
I guess just in general, if I'm heading on the right path, I feel like pretty much what you were just talking about, if trying to rush, like I feel like there's something I need to do and I'm trying to figure it out and I can't figure it out. It's just...
Yeah, because you're not meant to figure it out. I know that's really frustrating to hear. So let me give you a little bit of clarity on that. The way they're showing me is you have overextended a lot in the past. And what I mean by that is you've tried to make sure things worked out okay, tried to make sure that people are okay, tried to make sure you are okay in the eyes of other people. That's how they're showing me. So you wanted other people to think well of you, or if you feel like you've stuffed something up or done something wrong, you've tried to repair that so that other people don't perceive you badly. And there's just been a lot of you trying to make everything okay. And I understand why. And they're showing me a little bit of your childhood, so I can understand why you tend to kind of overgive and overextend. But this is why you feel like you're a little bit, I don't know what to do now, is because you're learning to not continue that same pattern of overextending. They're asking you not to always be on alert for what everyone else is doing and what's happening around you and how is this working and what are they doing and what should I be doing next. It's like you're on alert all the time, and it's really draining you, and it's not allowing you to hear your own intuitive guidance and to trust what the next steps are as they come up, because you're just looking at the external world rather than connecting in with your inner world. Does that make sense? I can give you more clarity on that, but does that make sense when I'm like, you're focused on the external world and trying to make it okay rather than coming in and checking on yourself and your inner world?
Previously, not currently though.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've broken that pattern. This is just this little period of time where they're like, so when we break a long-term pattern, there's always a little period of time where it's sort of like you're recalibrating and you're adjusting as you're moving into a very different way of doing things. And this is very, very different for you. You are no longer overextending. You are no longer worrying about things you don't need to be worrying about. You're really shifting the focus into, how do I take care of me? How do I live a life that is fulfilled and aligned without putting any pressure on it? I'm just allowing alignment and fulfillment. And you're doing that really beautifully, but you don't need to, this is not what you want to hear, but you don't need to know the next steps at the moment, because they will simply open up once you've done this little energetic recalibration that you're doing. Talk to me about your energy practices, whether that's breath work or meditation. What are your energy practices at the moment?
That's part of my problem is I don't really know how to, and I worry too much about which one to do, how to do it. I have moments where I can connect to the other side, and not intentionally, I guess, if you will, but it just kind of happens. And then if I try to, there's some kind of blockage. So that's what I mean by it. I know there's I guess a next phase or next step, if you will, but it's just been hard to get to it. And if you're saying that I need to back away from it, maybe that's what the problem is.
It's not back away from it. It's no force, just allowing. Because so when I'm connecting in with the spirit realm, when I'm getting my guidance, when I'm getting guidance for other people, if I try and do that, if I'm, okay, I'm ready and this is what's like, give me something, I need something, it'll be nothing. It's very, very quiet. They do that very intentionally because they're helping you develop self-trust. And they can see how much healing work and how much of your own self-reflection you have done over the last couple of years. All they're asking for you at the moment is to just come into some practices like breath work and meditation, and do them completely imperfectly. This is part of what you're learning at the moment, is nothing is perfect. We are not perfect. No person is perfect. No soul is perfect. No life is perfect. This human existence is messy and hard. And if you allow yourself to do things imperfectly and just as they feel good, everything changes. So your connection to the spirit realm, your connection to creating the life that you're trying to create will come far easily if you just let it be. Let yourself do things imperfectly, and let yourself do things purely because you enjoy it and because it feels good to you, not because you have to, or not because it has to be done in a certain way. There is no right or wrong way to meditate. There is breath work. There are so many different ways that you can do breath work. You can have a look online. There's heaps of free YouTube videos, free courses. Please don't put pressure on yourself that any of it has to be perfect. Even down to, you don't have to be doing it daily if that doesn't feel good for you. It's not about having all of these set practices in place, and I have to do this, and then I should be doing this, and then I need to be doing next, because that's what they've shown me you've done previously in your life, and they don't want you bringing that into your spiritual practices or into just creating this new life that you're creating for yourself that is more aligned and more peaceful. So let your practices be just because they feel good. You might meditate for 5 minutes and then go and ride a bike or go and do something else completely different. It doesn't need to be these really intense practices where you have to go and do courses, or you have to join other people and do events or anything like that. It can just be small little times that feel good and support you in different ways. They're also asking, the reason you feel a little bit of a block at times is, the way I always get shown this, and I think I've spoken about this a few times, I'm not sure if you've heard before, but I always get shown a clear tube between us and the spirit realm. And think of it like a vacuum cleaner tube. And the dust and debris in a vacuum cleaner, the dust and debris in the tube between us and the spirit realm is self-doubt and overthinking. So if you are doubting yourself or you are overthinking anything, it makes it really hard to connect in. So they won't be able to channel messages through if you're in self-doubt or overthinking. So they do this deliberately so that you can stop and check in and go, oh, I'm overthinking this. I'm worrying about something I don't need to be worrying about. It's, you can check yourself and come back into, I trust myself. I trust it'll be okay. even if I don't have the answers, then you will notice that you'll check into your messaging even more. So those times where you're trying to connect in, you're trying to understand next steps in your life, and it feels like you're not getting anything, they're the moments where you're being asked to go out to nature or to meditate or to do just a little bit of breath work, just to do some things to come out of your head and come into a more centered place within your body.
That makes sense. Okay.
Breathwork keeps coming up for you. Breathwork will be really powerful for you. Have a look around and see some sort of breathwork practices is going to be good for you. That's going to help you a lot connect in to understanding what's coming up next for you. In the next 6 months, there's big changes, as in there's more messages coming both from the spirit realm, but also through people that you know. You'll be having random conversations that you aren't expecting. You will be getting more messaging coming through, both in the physical plane and in the spiritual plane. And when those messages come through, they're asking you to stop and take a moment of gratitude and go, okay, I am worthy of these changes that are happening for me. I've worked really hard to adjust my mentality. I've worked really hard to see things differently and to practice things differently, which you have. And so now take those moments to receive the new blessings that are coming in, because you are absolutely worthy of them.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
No, that pretty much covers it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, my absolute pleasure. You've got this. Just take some time to be completely imperfect, to do the things that feel good, and just to kind of connect into your body and into your spirit a little bit more. That's going to be hugely helpful for you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, my loves, I'm going to do another little card pull and see where we're guided today. There's so many people at the moment who are struggling to find that inner peace, that sense of I'm okay no matter the circumstance. No surprises. I pulled the peace of mind card. Okay, if you are struggling to bring yourself back to a centered place, if the world outside you feels a little bit hectic, the world at large or your own little personal world feels a little bit hectic and you're struggling to come back to a place of center, they're asking you to ask yourself this question. Is this for me or is it not? Is this for me or is it not? If a circumstance, if an event is happening, if someone's attitude, if something is happening and it is not for you, you are being asked to check in. If it's not for you, allow yourself to come out of the overthinking, move away from it, step away from it, whether it's literally stepping away from that person or that thing, or mentally check out and bring yourself back to a centered space. And know that things that are not meant for you will very quickly drain your energy and your time, and it is your responsibility to check in with your energy and time and see if it's being unnecessarily drained. All right. Katerina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm so good. How are you doing?
Okay.
Okay. Do you have questions, my love?
Just need a reading, like what's going on with my relationship coming up, or I just want to know what's going on
with the relationship. Sorry, you dropped out for a bit there, but I think you're asking about the relationship.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you're in such a different place than what you were this time last year. So different. Can you feel that? As in, maybe physically a little bit as well, but can you feel how different you are and the things around you are compared to this time, the end of last year?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's so different. It feels like vastly different. So what they're asking, what's different in this relationship than where you were at this time last year?
Oh, no, I just want to know, you know, is there anybody coming into my life? You know, I just, you know, right now I don't have anybody in my life. I just want to know, is there anyone coming into my life for new relationship or?
So what, they keep pinpointing this time last year. What's the difference? What's the big difference between now and this? Because I'll talk about the relationship, but they keep showing me pinpointing this time last year and now. What's the big difference in your life between this time last year and now? What was happening for you this time last year?
This time there's nothing going on. Last year I was with somebody and it just didn't work out.
Okay, so that's the difference, is that you were with them and then this is different. Is there still contact with that person from last year?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. That took me a little bit. Just keep going. It's so different from last year to this year. What's the difference? It's your sense of self and your worthiness, you knowing yourself well, your boundaries, what you expect, what you need, you expressing your needs. So that previous relationship allowed you to come into all of that, to recognize what you do and don't want, and to get more clear and more firm on that. So first thing, before we move into this new relationship, where do you need to disconnect? That's why I asked, is there still connection with this person? Where do you need to disconnect from that last person? Is it just a bit of do you need to write a letter and get rid of that? Or is it a bit of do you need to get rid of some photos? Where do you need to disconnect from that last person?
No, I don't need to get rid of anything. I'm ready. It's just, you know,
it's just it's a letter. Okay, not to them. I don't want you giving it to them. I just want you to write to yourself, for yourself, about how far you've come, what you've recognized within yourself, what your needs are now that are different to what they used to be. It's a bit of the way they're showing me, it's a ritual, a process of, that's where I was, this is where I am now. It's so different. No one else needs to see it. No one else even needs to know about it. This is for you. It's a disconnection from the past so that you can step into it. So you're very ready emotionally, you're very ready physically. They just energetically need you to write this down so that you're ready energetically. And then you are going to notice that this new partner that comes in, the immediate first thing with this new partner is more smiling and more laughter. Sometimes the smile, I can see you smiling, and it's this, their humor is witty and a really kind of unexpected humor, from them. So there's lots of you smiling and lots of you laughing and really enjoying that unexpected humor. So this is beautiful. Write that letter to yourself. You can keep it or not keep it, whatever feels good. It's just an energetic kind of stepping into this new chapter for you. When they come in, when this person comes in, it's not slow burn, but it is. What I mean by that is you will know really quickly that you want to spend a lot of time with them. It's definitely not going to be, you know, I don't mind if I just see them once a week or once a fortnight. I don't mind when I see that. You'll know that you want to spend lots of time with them, but the relationship won't rush. It won't be kind of, oh gosh, this is happening too quickly. I'm thrown. The relationship will happen gradually and beautifully, but you will very much know that you're wanting to spend time with them and wanting to get to know more about them and to enjoy that beautiful sense of humor and the laughter that you have. They keep showing me you eating together. So that's something that you guys bond over, that you're eating together, you spend time talking about your days when you're eating together and enjoying that time connecting over food. When it comes to the loved ones and the people around you, how have they been with previous partners? Like your closest people around you, how have they been with previous partners?
Babies, I don't know. What were you saying?
the closest people to you, how have they been with previous partners?
With previous partners, people around me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, have they supported? What has it felt like with the close people around you?
No, they're supporting me.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so it feels very, very different with this relationship, with the people around as well. That's why I was asking, how have they been with the support? It's like another level of support for you. I think it feels like, because they know it's a good match. That's how it feels. Because they know. What I mean, when people around us can kind of see things that we can't see sometimes, and they're like, I don't know, we'll see. Whereas this time it's like, yeah, okay, this is a good match. Your humor is beautiful together. The things, you support each other really well. You talk things through. So the people around you are going to see that it's a good match as well. You will know really quickly that it's a good match.
Yeah.
You really will. Just feel it. You'll feel it. And
so
please,
it's coming into my life. It's coming into me. It's coming into my life. Okay.
It's coming. They're not giving me time frames, but it's coming. They want you to spend the holidays, these holidays, do this little letter that I talk about, just writing of, like, almost kind of a goodbye to the past, and I'm excited to step into this, into the future, and I'm excited for what's to come. Do that letter over the holidays. Spend a little bit of time. So your bedroom and the places where you spend the most time, spend a little bit of time just setting those areas up for the new things that you want to come in. So maybe you put some crystals around, or maybe you get another bedside table or something like that. Set your space up so it feels how you want it to feel when this relationship is in your life. That's going to be supportive, because that's going to, you're ready emotionally, you're ready. It's just, we're basically just preparing your energetic space at the moment for them to come in. But I really, really like how easy this feels for you as it comes in. And I really like how supportive the people around you are being, because they can see that it's a good match. It makes sense, is what I'm hearing. Like, people will look at your connection and go, yeah, that makes sense. That's beautiful. I really like how they talk to each other. I really like how they do things together. That makes sense. And that's going to be amazing for you to know that other people can see that as well. Sometimes we can see it and we're worried. Other people are like, I don't know. We start to second guess, but that's not what this is. It's really, really supported by the people who love you, and very easy.
Yeah. All right. Sounds
I'm
good.
so happy. You're very ready for this.
Okay. Thank you.
My absolute pleasure. My pleasure. Okay, my loves. Thank you. Take care. Okay, I am being asked to share with everyone just a little around softness and compassion are the words that I'm hearing. Softening with other people, and remembering that other people are often struggling in their experiences, and where some people, and this is not excusing abusive or awful behavior. What I'm talking about is where people maybe haven't shown up in the way that you wanted them to show up, or where someone's maybe off on a whole tangent on their life and you're looking at it going, why are you making that decision? Come back here. We often personalize decisions that other people are making without taking into account that they often have a soul contract to fulfill, or they have things that they need to be getting done in their own way, and we don't know their whole experience and we don't know what's going on for them. So softening when we look at other people and the choices that we're making, softening when we look at ourselves and the choices that we've made, because if we look at our lives without that softness and without that compassion, we can get caught in loops of shame and guilt. We can start to punish ourselves for decisions that we've made. And if we are punishing ourselves for past decisions, even if it is simple as, I should have should have done that differently. I could have done that differently. Why didn't I just do this? It becomes how we operate. It becomes our main programming, and that's how we make future decisions. And you don't want to be going into new chapters in your life or new relationships or new jobs bringing in that old mindset where you punish yourself and you haven't forgiven yourself for the way that you've shown up and the way that you've done things. So allow more softness and more compassion for others and for yourself. When they want to get clear on this, when we're talking about softness and compassion for other people, it does not mean allowing people to cross your healthy boundaries. It does not mean allowing in toxicity or repeated harmful behaviors. What it does mean is allowing people to grow and to change and to learn things in their own way and in their own time. It also means softness for letting go of relationships or letting go of people or letting go of ideas when they've come to an end, with softness and with compassion, without gripping on going, but I thought we were going to be together forever, or that was never meant to happen. I don't want this to happen. It creates so much chaos within our mind, within our soul, and within our nervous system. So bringing in softness of, okay, I can feel that this has come to an end. It might be a job, it might be a relationship, but when you can feel that it is no longer in alignment, that it has come to an end, that it no longer is offering you anything that you need to be receiving, softly take a breath and softly release it. Softly let go with gratitude for what it taught you and for what you were there for, and allow yourself to move in to even more alignment and even greater relationships and greater opportunities. Softness will change so much of what you're experiencing, because it's the harshness and the rules that keep us stuck. This is the times where we're like, I don't know what's happening next and I need clarity, because we've got too many rules and not enough softness in how we're doing things. Okay, my loves, I'm so happy to talk to you all. I will be back next week. I am Jax Potter, the Psychic Psych. I'm all over social media. I support people all over the world in connecting with their spirit team, in understanding what's going on for them, in healing trauma, and creating your favorite life where you are no longer held captive by old ideas or things that aren't meant for you. I'm so grateful for your time, and I'm looking forward to chatting to you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Oracle Buffet
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hola a todos, bienvenidos a otra edición del Buffet de Oráculos. Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet. I'm your host, Heather Carmona, and I'm grateful to be here. You know, it's 11/11 today. It's a lucky day for all of us, pretty much, if I do say so myself. We're going to be taking a caller today, doing a reading, and we're going to do both an astrology reading and a card reading because I feel like it. I decided to move my Oracle Buffet readings to Wednesdays. So check my Facebook page out on Wednesdays for your card reading. It's sure to be lots of fun, and I hope to see you there. Anyway, while we get our caller on the line here, we are going to talk about our sponsors. The first sponsor of the day, of course, High Class Grass, plant-based company, dedicated to making plant-based living more convenient and affordable for all. Also sponsor of the day is the Lighthouse Center in Whitmore Lake, Michigan. As you may know by now, Lighthouse Center in Whitmore Lake, Michigan, founded by my grandmother. It's a center for meditation and spiritual development that was founded like 40 years ago. So, little tongue-tied today, but we got Tracy in Atlanta, Georgia, on the line, ready for her reading. Tracy, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for being here today. All right, I'm gonna get your information pulled up. Do you know your birth information?
Some of it.
Some of it, Tracy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Which parts of it do you know? I'm gonna take a stab here.
I know. I believe I was born at 4:12 in the morning.
Okay.
And it was in July.
In July?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know the date?
July 5th. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. I was like, oh, wow. That's
on a Wednesday, I believe.
On a Wednesday? Okay, cool. And what year was this?
78.
1978. All right. And where at?
New York.
New York. I've heard of it a time or two.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
Well, I get you pulled up here, Tracy. Do you want to tell me a little bit about what kind of questions you have or what you're going through or what you want answers on?
I'm wondering what do I do as far as a job? I have a current job now. However, they're in some financial difficulties. And so I'm wondering what direction should I go? Should I stay? Should I go? I have other opportunities. One was a previous and another new, but I don't know. I'm not sure what direction to go. And I'm also curious about home. You know, if this is the area where I should be at.
Okay. Home, like living home or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Let me just digest your chart here.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So definitely can see why you're going through or what you're going through here. That's because the nodes are transiting your house of career and public image right now, as are Saturn and Neptune. So this indicates difficulties, it indicates changes, it indicates lessons. So you're right on time as far as that goes. And you're actually almost No, you got a ways left on there. Anyway, so the good news is, as with everyone else, you're right on time with where you're supposed to be, according to your chart here. So this is where the lessons are at now, is career and public image. It feels like you're going backwards to you, like you're taking a step back. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's completely normal. A question: have you considered anything with healthcare?
That's what I am in.
Okay.
I'm a nurse.
Okay, well, that's, so are you considering?
That's where the dilemma is.
Okay.
I have a position now that, okay, it's steady for now, but for how long, I don't know, because of what they're going through. I've got a previous offer where I used to work at the company, but I'm really unsure about it. It's a different location. And then I just interviewed at another company, but when I called to see about where we were at, they didn't know who I was.
Oh, okay.
So I'm kind of like at opposition of what to do.
Yeah, no, definitely. So of course, I can't tell you what to do. I can tell you that healthcare is a good fit for you, of course. So
right.
I'm gonna since I'm trying this whole new Oracle buffet reading thing. I'm gonna pull two cards. I'm gonna pull one about the current place you're at, and I'm gonna pull one about the next, or the place you used to be at. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna play around a little bit here. All right. What do you need to know about the current place you are at? All right.
Should I stay there?
What does standing still reveal? The reflect card. Great Blue Heron. So what does it mean to you to stand still? So that's where you're at currently. Not overly helpful, but we'll get there. All right. And then what do you need to know about the old place you used to be at? Okay. What is ready to go so I can grow? Interesting. So.
Sounds right.
Sounds right. So when you talk about, what was that?
I said it sounds right.
It sounds right. Okay. How so?
Because I feel like where I'm at is stagnant and I'm not going to grow anywhere here if I stay.
Okay. I think you kind of have your answer there, because when you mentioned going back to the other place, I got a lighter feeling coming up through my core here, which to me is lighter feeling equals higher vibration. I do want to remind you, though, that in your life, your work, or not your work, but your purpose in life, your calling in life, whatever you want to call it, is at home. And that's where your North Node is developing a home, making a home that's comfortable, family, raising kids, all those things. That's where your true purpose is. So with career, obviously you need a career, you need to make ends meet, but just know that home in your whole span of your lifetime is your overall priority. So don't lose sight of that. Don't sacrifice your home life for your career life.
Makes sense.
I would say where this one that you're moving to, or I don't know if you are moving to, but the old one that you used to be with that you're considering moving back to, how far away is it?
15 minutes.
15 minutes versus
40 minutes.
So 40 minutes is the current one?
Yes.
And the old one
takes a while to get there.
And the old one would be 15 minutes. I mean, am I missing something with that?
No, I don't think so. And then I'm also looking at a new possibility that's like right next to it too. When the time arises, it's like right in the same vicinity of where I am now too. So I think I got my answer. That's clear and concise on what to do.
Okay. And what's that? Just so I Just so you can tell it to the rest of the class.
I'm going back to my old where I need to be in my own home in vicinity. Because the way I look at it is if I'm going to deal with the same type of stuff of where I'm at now and stay stagnant and not move forward, at least I might be able to move forward where I'm at. Going back to and moving forward.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe 2 steps backwards to go, or 1 step backward to go 2 steps forward.
Yeah, that could be. I wouldn't make any decisions right now. I mean, it sounds like you have your decision right now. But if there is a time limit on here, is there a time limit or you're just feeling unstable?
I'm feeling unstable and I think there's a time limit.
Okay, well, I would give it to the end of the month. Because with Mars and Mercury, Mercury's in retrograde, Mars is in your 6th house. That's why you have this drive to move jobs with Mars in your 6th house. But anyway, with Mercury being in retrograde right now, I would consider waiting until the end of the month to make a final decision. I think you kind of have your decision, but before you move forward on it, I would definitely consider waiting because new contracts. Go ahead.
I'm listening.
Okay, sorry, I thought you said something. But yeah, I would consider waiting until the end of the month to sign anything new or to start a new job. Granted, it's an old job, but to start a new one just so you can avoid any potential pitfalls, misunderstandings, anything potentially avoidable with regard to transportation, with regard to contracts. I would definitely consider waiting. Completely up to you. There's a reason why you're being driven to do this right now with Mars in your 6th house of daily work. But with Mercury retrograding, you might want to consider waiting till the end of the month to actually move on it. But completely up to you.
Okay. I will wait to the end of the month because I don't like Mercury in retro.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say you'd be doomed or anything like that, but if you can avoid some misunderstandings or potential issues,
yeah,
might as well. And there's no huge hurry. I mean, if the place you were with were to go under, you would get unemployment, correct?
I don't know about that.
Really?
And you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, it's
there. I just don't know when.
Okay, yeah.
That's the problem.
Well, fair enough. I would give it just a little longer and to confirm, but I think you do have your answer. I think being closer to home, I mean, that's buying life back by being so much closer to home. That extra 25 minutes a day, that's a lot. I mean, that's life that you're getting back.
It is. It takes a long time to get there and a long time back, so it is.
Yeah. Yep, that's your life that you're spending on that. Well, with that being said, we're at our time here. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you. You take care and have a wonderful day. Love and light to you.
Love and light to you. Take care. Bye. Well, that was a great call from Tracy. Tracy, we hope that you get the career that you've been wanting, one that helps you balance your home and work life in a way that helps you manifest your highest purpose here on Earth. But as far as I go, I can't get my window maximized here. Oh, there we go. But anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful day. And we will see you next week here on the Oracle Buffet or tomorrow on my Facebook page for your own Oracle Buffet reading. Psychic Astrology, WI. We'll see you there, or B square. Adios.
Generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Instinct Reclaim Sanctuary Sessions with Christina Elliott. Live from ChristinaElliott.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Instinct Reclaim
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network. You're listening to A1R Psychic.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Thanks for joining another episode of Instinct Reclaim Sanctuary Sessions. I hope you have all been having a beautiful week, and I hope you're ready to roll in to tomorrow, one more day till Saturday, and then we can all rest a little easier, although I'm sure there's some of you that are working or busy on the weekend. Anyway, last week we talked a little bit about my pyramids. I'm going to bring them up again before we take a caller. Last week we talked about performing and where you think you could look in your own life to see where you're performing for other people. And today I want to talk about fitting in. So not only are you performing, but where do you find yourself forcing yourself to almost fit into situations to make you more comfortable? And usually as humans, we do this when we feel we are somehow or another making another person feel uncomfortable. So instead of having conversations about those things with people, we just decide we're going to cram ourselves into whatever idea we think they need of us, and we're just going to fit in wherever we feel we need to fit in. But every time we're forcing ourselves to fit in at the expense of someone else's comfort, we're putting ourselves to the side and we're saying, hey, universe, I don't care as much about myself as I care about other people. So always, make sure I'm the one fitting in. When we stop performing, when we stop trying to force ourselves to fit in to situations that we really don't want to be in, what you'll find is the more and more people who are kind of on your wavelength are going to find you. Your energies are going to match up. You're not going to have to shrink yourselves. That's what a lot of romantic relationships or best friends, or you have those people in the office that you work really well with and they make your day there bearable. Those are the people. Look to them to be your authentic self. And then there's also our animals. The most beloved entities on this planet, if you ask me, are little animals. I have one right here. Hey, this is my little guy. His name, meet Captain Jean-Luc Picard, but we're real lax around the house, so we just call him Jean-Luc while we're here. Anyway, when you're not even sure who you are authentically, honestly, when you don't know who you are, start paying attention to who you are around your pets, because around our pets, we are our authentic selves. So try and go through the next week before our next episode and figure out, where are you performing for other people that you can stop doing that, and where are you forcing yourself to fit in, and where can we scale back and just practice being your authentic self. All right. We are ready for a caller. I've got Patricia in Merritt, North Carolina. Patricia, are you on the call?
I am.
Hey, how are you tonight?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you. What can I help you with?
Well, I was just hoping for a general reading.
Oh, I love general readings. Is there anything in particular that you want to talk about, or do you want me to see what Spirit wants to talk about?
Well, I would love to. I lost my husband, so.
We can check in on him. All right.
Wonderful.
Yeah. What is his first name, please?
Thomas.
Thomas? All right. Give me one moment and I will go ahead and connect to Thomas. Did Thomas enjoy fishing?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the first thing he showed me. He's out there. He's having a good old time fishing pretty much whenever the hell he wants to now. So that's one of the beautiful things. Did you guys like to spend time out like on the water together on a boat, perhaps?
Well, I couldn't be in the sun, so it was hard for me to do that.
Oh, I think what he's showing me now, then, he's on a boat, and you know, when you're on the other side, you get to work magic like you've never seen, at least here on Earth, in our dreams and on TV. But what he's showing me is that he has you there with him, kind of like he can fish and be with you at the same time now, if that makes sense to you, because he has the ability to just kind of hang out with you and do whatever he wants to do. So he does still spend a lot of time fishing, believe it or not, or at least that's the visual he's giving me. He's out there on the open water, just relaxing. And because he placed you on the boat there, that tells me that whenever he's in that fishing mindset, I guess, the fishing energy, as he's experiencing it, you are there with him, doing it as, you know, you're on the boat when you couldn't be with him. That's kind of where, oh my gosh, I'm talking too much tonight. I am so sorry, Patricia.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Do you have any particular questions you want to ask Thomas, or is there anything else you want to talk about? We can go in there too.
Gosh, sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
Were all our animals there to greet him?
They must have been. Oh, he is showing me like floodgates. Did you both have a lot of animals growing up as children and then as well together during your relationship?
Well, he and I, for 40-something years, rescued lots of animals.
Oh, you did. That is so beautiful. Thank you for doing that. I've always been big into rescue, my husband and I both. And what Thomas showed me when you asked that question is just like these huge, you know, like two doors that open simultaneously together. They're much taller than at least any like humans walking the face of the earth. Huge like wooden doors open, and just these floods of animals came out, mostly smaller animals like dogs and cats.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming you had more of the smaller dogs and cats animals, but they're over there with him for sure. And if you're interested, I can talk to animals on the other side too, if you want to ask about a particular animal or anything. But we can keep talking to your husband.
I hate to not talk to my husband. He's well though, right?
Oh my
goodness. It's a very fresh loss.
I am so sorry, because what happens, I don't mean to seem insensitive, but when I'm channeling, I get the energy of Thomas as he is right now, and he's doing phenomenal. He's free from all the constrictions of just being a human. You know, he doesn't have those responsibilities, and he's like, but I feel, was he sick for a little while and you were taking care of him?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, because I sense there's a little bit of anxiety from you around the way you cared for him. And he wants you to just toss that to the side. He is so grateful. He loves you. He loves you more now than he even did then. And he's still with you. He plays tricks on you in the house, and you may not be aware of them yet. But as we continue to heal through our grief, and there's no timeline, I always say that there's no timeline for grieving. Don't give yourself one. But as you work through these moments of grief, you may start to notice little things around your house if you haven't already. He might mess with the lights. I feel like he likes to move things on you just because.
Yeah, he's a prankster in every life.
I get that. He moves things on you because you get so frazzled. And sadly, he's like, I don't have a lot of entertainment, so messing with you gets me through the day, is what he says, kind of as a joke. I'm picking up. He's quite a sarcastic guy.
Yeah, he is. He's a prankster and funny. He made me laugh every day of my life. So,
and that's what he's wanting you to keep doing. Keep laughing. You still deserve to laugh every day of your life.
Yeah.
That's what he wants for you. That's why he's playing tricks.
I would like to ask about an animal that I lost and I could never find her.
Oh, sure. Was this a cat?
It was a dog.
A dog? What was her first name?
Her name was Missy.
Missy. Okay. Can you tell me what kind of dog she was? I just want to make sure I get the right one through.
The best I can tell you, she was maybe a pug beagle mix. She was a tricolor, brown, white, with a little bit of black on her face.
She was more of a beagle size, though?
Yeah.
Like had a beagle body more? That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
She's showing me that she kind of ran off, but someone picked her up, and she lived out her life with them.
I'm glad.
So, yeah, nothing horrible happened. Put that out of your mind. They took very good care of her. It's almost as if she's like, oh, I was ready for a change. And I don't think that the people who found her were really, it's as if it never really occurred to them that she might belong to somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. They were thinking, oh, lucky us. We found a new dog.
Yeah.
So, yeah. They just never really thought to go in and check with other organizations or rescues and so forth. We have about
back
60.
then it was,
Oh, yeah.
basically newspaper ads looking for your dog.
Oh, yeah. That's way harder. And a lot of people just don't pay attention or make the effort. We have about a minute left. What else can I answer for you? Or now we're at 30 seconds.
Well, mostly I was hoping that I could connect with Tom. So thank you so very much for that.
You are welcome. And I know we don't have a lot of time on here. Feel free to comment or reach out to me, and we can continue this conversation too if you'd like. We can certainly go in a little bit more and talk to Thomas. But unfortunately, that's it for the show tonight. But again, Patricia, feel free to reach out. Thank you so much for calling in. Thank you, Thomas, for coming through and making Patricia hopefully feel a little more comfortable about your passing. But keep playing those tricks on her. She's listening.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is astrology and psychic reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, and I'm coming live from a cruise ship in the South Pacific. So I'm actually today at Mystery Island, which is in Vanuatu. So you all have had a wonderful week. So I'm here teaching here on this boat on a psychic development cruise. So this week, what we've got coming up on the 7th, which is today, we have Mars, which is going to be in sextile to Pluto. So with that, it can be a boost in your confidence, in your can be a strength. It can also be how you see yourself differently, and there's definitely can be a transformation when Pluto's involved. We've also got today, we've got Venus moving into Scorpio. So Venus in Scorpio, it could be a sense of secrets or hidden, and it could be about financial stuff, financial matters or relationships with that. On the 8th, we've got Venus, which is going to be square to Pluto, which is going to bring some sort of transformation between finances and money. So big thing here this week with relationships, finances, and also communication. But with the square to Pluto might be an ending of some sort, or you might thinking of change in sort of relationships, how you see certain people in your life or certain finances here, how you're juggling finances around. There's be some sort of ending, but then a new beginning with that. Then we've got on the 8th, we've got Uranus, which is going to be moving back into Taurus. And that is going to be unexpected, unusual things when it comes to finances and money. So that may be, that might be hectic. It might sort of create a bit of an unstable world, feeling like things aren't balanced. It could be seeing more natural like events, earthquake, floods may be coming up with Taurus, with Uranus moving back into Taurus. And then also we've got coming up this week, the big thing we have is on the 10th, we have Mercury going to be back into retrograde, and it will be retrograding in Sagittarius. So with that, it can be a sense of communication going a bit haywire. It may affect travel plans. You might have a realization of a certain philosophy that you've got about life that may be changing. It also feel like a sense of creating a bit stubbornness, not wanting to budge. And it could be, this week will be a big week because on the 13th, we're also going to have a conjunction of Mercury retrograde with Mars. This is the second conjunction we've had with Mars and Mercury being conjunct. Now it's in retrograde, and then we'll have a third one once Mercury moves direct. So this will be in Sagittarius. This could be a warlike energy, could be a war of words, and again, communication really not hitting the mark. It even could be hearing back from someone from the past, could definitely be coming in during this retrograde, and a sense of someone wanting to like speak up for the truth or for honor, not wanting to be trapped. But this is going to be a bit of a hectic retrograde, I feel, just with these other aspects. And then on top of that, we've got this conjunction happening as well. So we do have a caller. So we have a Phyllis who is from Maryland. So Maryland in USA. So hi, Phyllis. How are you today?
I'm fine. And how about yourself?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Oh, I was just wanting a general reading.
Yep. So what do you want me to cover? So about relationships, family, work, finances. What do you want me to cover?
A relationship.
Okay. Let's have a look. I just feel anxious. I don't know if you got anxiety about this relationship, about someone. I just feel like that it's puzzling, or you've just
No, I'd like to know if I'm going to meet someone.
Okay. When I do pick up around you, I still get the anxiety. So I don't know if it's you or someone else around you that that gets an anxiety and it's about someone else. But I feel like there's something here about trying to like you're trying to bring someone in or trying to keep them with you, but it's like they're sort of running away, or you can't bring them in, or you can't get them to stay. So I do pick up that as well around you too. Okay. All right, let's have a look specifically. Put some cards out. Look, I do feel like there could be a chance of meeting someone. I am getting more next year than this year, but I do also feel like you're quite a sociable and friendly person. So I feel like for you, it's more going to be friendship. Friendship is something stems from there. But I also feel like there could be someone from the past that you're trying to bring in, or someone that you really have deep feelings for, that you're really trying to, I wouldn't say manifest, but I just feel like bringing in. I just feel like there's someone I just feel there's someone from the past who couldn't stay. And I just feel like that they, okay. Well, I'm just feel like there's someone there that I see around you who is waving goodbye. But in terms of future, I do see you being very social, and I do see you being sort of like as a social group of friends. And I do feel like it's going to be more next year than this year. I do want to go around February of when you will meet them. But it's part of, you're with other people when you do meet them. And I do feel like it is about like some sort of social group or social group setting that you do meet them in. It's not going to be online. I do feel like it's a face-to-face meeting that you are going to meet them. I do feel like this person may be a little bit older. I feel like they're young at heart. I feel like he likes to have fun, and he may even have like a dog. So I do feel like he walks animal. I see him walking his dog, so he may have a dog as a pet with him too. But I also feel like with you, I do see you packing, so I do feel like there could be traveling coming up for you as well. When it was like going to Hawaii, or you're going to Hawaii, but I just see like there's travel coming up around you, and you're packing. I do feel like you might be taking the plane for that trip too, as well. I will say this person that you're going to meet, I do feel like that there's a no nonsense with them, but at the same time there's this lightheartedness, fun about them as well. I keep on getting you anxious. I don't know whether or not you're going to be rather anxious when you meet them, or they're anxious, but I keep on getting it's anxious too around you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions you have?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I do feel like that there is someone from your past, because I keep on getting it, and there's someone around you that I feel like the relationship hasn't stuck, but I just feel like that they're still like keeping an eye on you, or there's like could be for social media, but I do feel like there's someone that still sort of, I don't know, like holds a flame out there for you, and I do feel like it's someone from the past.
I don't know who that would be.
I'm not sure, but I do feel like I keep on getting that around you, that there's someone strongly wanting to reconnect, or to but I just feel like it's someone from the past as well. He's sort of keeping over you too. Do you have any other questions?
No, ma'am. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's okay. So let's for this week, I do feel like things are, like I said, communication is going to be a bit hectic, and I do think that it is going to be like slow and steady wins the race for this week, and I feel like things may seem like a bit hard done by, or things are just really, or someone's trying to control things, but it's not a week where it's a week where you can't really control things, because I feel like there's just going to be a lot of haywire and miscommunication, and people listening in your power. But I feel like there's also going to be people who may be losing their self-confidence this week as well. I feel like that it's going to be could be quite confusing. That I feel like too, that's going to be coming up, especially when it comes to like financial things and also relationships. let's do some cards for this week and see what cards we get out for this week. So let's see. Let's have a look. Okay, so we got here. Oh. But I feel like this week there could be, as I said, like be aware of certain details coming up. I do feel like there's a sense here of really taking care and pride in what you're doing, whether it be your work and things that are really looking at all the details. I feel like it's going to be quite easy to make mistakes or mishaps this week. But I just feel like if you can double check things, or you might be looking at being obsessed with something, like, you know, when you create something and you're obsessed about trying to get it to work or trying to get it to make sense, but that's going to be coming up. I also feel like it could be a sense of that you're, like, it's hard work this week. It could be a battle. And I would say don't sign contracts, but it could be a sense of it might not be a physical move, but you're moving forward. So this could be like a week where you're having to realize that you're needing to move forward and making adjustments and changes into your life. But I feel like this is thinking of Mercury retrograde where we need to work from the past. So time to finish off or wrap up projects that you've had where you've created but haven't finished. This is a great time to get them done. And I feel like it's about looking at old projects and old things coming up from the past too this week as well. So I hope you've enjoyed this segment. I'll be back next week. And if you want to join our next cruises, we have one coming up next year. It's a 4-night one from Brisbane to Ali Beach. And then we've got January 2027, which will be from Sydney to Cairns. So that one will be in Queensland. So if you want to contact me, you can. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic. My YouTube is Lady D Psychic, and same as my TikTok, which is Lady D Psychic. I hope you all have an amazing week, and I will see you back at my home, the same place where I usually am. So I hope everyone has a really great week ahead, and I'll see you next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Zodiac Zone
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Zodiac Zone. I am Melissa Markham, an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. Wanted to say a couple of things that are happening this week. Looks pretty intensive in the astrology world. Tomorrow night, we're having a full moon in Taurus. And I've said this on other shows that full moons are great for a time to release something. And Taurus is an interesting sign because it's not only about our money, but about our self-worth. So when we think about that, it could be pretty complex. And I wrote down a couple of things that I wanted to share with you. So here are some of the things that Taurus could represent. Emotional clarity around security and stability. So if you're not feeling that, couple things that you can do is really go inside and say, where do I feel stable and secure? And if it's not around a job or not around anything in your life that you can let go immediately, obviously a job would take some planning and some, work behind that, but let those feelings go. Reevaluation around personal values, what truly matters versus what you've been tolerating. Reassessing what feels heavy, forced, or draining when it comes to resources or, again, your self-worth. Honoring your needs rather than ignoring them. Letting go of old attachments or to old identities or roles. Strengthening boundaries with people or habits that no longer align. These are, again, self-worth issues. Deepening connections to senses, food, touch, beauty, stillness. So if you're feeling like a really good thing to do is to ground. And what is grounding? Grounding can mean so many things to so many people, right? What I do to ground is I put my bare feet to the earth. And what I do, some of the most important work that I do to get into a state of consciousness, what I want to release, is I do breath work. So 3 rounds of 10 of the most obnoxious breaths that you can do, because you're essentially blowing out the carbon dioxide and you're really getting rid of what no longer serves you. I think that that's really, really important. Some of the things that you should do during a full moon is slow down, check in with yourself, ground your body, like I said, feet to the earth, cleanse your space, maybe open windows, light incense, move stagnant energy around, practice gratitude. Some of the things that could be good are practicing what you're grateful for. Even if you're having, so many unpleasant things happen, you can literally change the energy. And another thing is a release ritual, I think is really important. Write what you want to let go of on paper. I release this. And then what you could do is safely burn it or tear it up and make it not part of your identity and your self-worth anymore. So those are some of the things that you could do during this full moon. Again, it's about release. You don't want to necessarily start anything on a full moon. You really want to do a release on a full moon. So I wanted to bring on my first reader here, or reading, sorry to say, Rachel in Canada, Australia. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Great.
Australia, yes. Pardon me.
And you have, I'm putting on my glasses here, and you have, so do you have your birth time?
Yes.
Okay.
1 minute past 12, midday.
Yeah, I always like to check in with people to make sure that they have their birth time, because a lot of times it's probably the most important thing when I'm looking at doing a mini reading. Okay. When were you born?
Pardon?
When were you born? The month, day, year?
When?
Mm-hmm.
April 1980.
April, what day was it?
The 13th of April, 1980.
1980. Got it. And the time that you were born?
1 minute past 12 at midday.
So 12:01 p.m.?
Yep.
Okay. And the place? The city?
Sydney, Australia.
Sydney. Very. Let me see. Sydney. Yes, I can't spell Sydney today. Okay, got it. Sydney, Australia. Okay. So I'm going to do a really quick reading here for you. I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer, so I'm going to look at something called the lunar nodes in your chart. There are elliptical points in the sky. We all have them. And I'm going to say it in astrology, and then I'm going to interpret what it means. So your south, you come from the south, it's the south node to the north node. South energy is the past, karmic, and we're trying to get to this future north node energy. So your south node is an Aquarius in the 8th house of Scorpio, and your north node is in Leo in the 2nd house of Taurus, which is really great for you since tomorrow we have a full moon in Taurus. And I'm just looking at any other areas where you have Taurus. Okay, I see Taurus is part of your 11th house. So a couple of things I want to tell you. I want to say that south nodes in Aquarius are typically, they do things because it's expected of them and not necessarily what they find always pleasure in. So they tend to make goals for things. They tend to try to keep up with the collective of whatever situation that is. What I really think your purpose is in this lifetime is you came here to build something. And it has to be heart-centered, something that you love and feel passionately drawn to. I think that's where you're going to find your highest vibration, and you're going to find, this is what you love. You have to do something that you love. That's really, really important to you. And it really is in how you make money, and also to more or less to solidify your self-worth internally. That's really, really important for you to do. And I would say on this Taurus full moon, if I'm looking exactly what rules Taurus for you is your 11th house. So I would say 11th house is groups of people, it's friends, it's our hopes and dreams. And I would say for you, it's really important for you to release maybe people that don't share your thoughts or who are no longer, good for you. And maybe, and maybe,
a lot of those lately.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And maybe and find the groups that find your tribe, so to speak.
Yeah.
Something that makes you feel that you love and whatever your passions are. And that's where you need to be. I think that if, so what I would do is I would, write all whatever you feel, whatever what I just said means to you, and put it on a piece of paper and let it go. Let it go.
Yep.
And again,
I've been writing, like I've got this journal, I do writing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really important for you.
Yeah.
And I would say too, don't be afraid to dream and go after what you desire in your heart, because I think that it's there. It's just you have to believe it. It's like everything else. We just have to believe whatever is in, and that we can do it, because we're really manifesting our chart. It's not the chart telling you what to do. It's what's inside, and it's in your chart. So it's the energy in your chart. But I hope you have a very happy full moon, and thank you so much for
one question.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, I've got 3 kids. Do you see anything with them?
You have 3 kids?
Yeah, I mean they're all good kids, but do you see or feel anything?
Yep. Your middle child is different. Is very businessy and goal oriented, and will probably be very successful, but very, very by the book. Very by the book. Yep. The first one and the third one are similar in some ways. I feel like your daughter is very intuitive, very, very intuitive. Your oldest son is probably gonna start out doing one thing and then maybe change and do something else. I mean, in his journey. But yeah, it's they're similar, and the middle one is definitely a different soul.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Stellar Parent
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, and welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents to custom design their parenting approach based on their child's natal chart. If you're interested in working with me, please visit my website at brandycon.com. So today, we've got some really important transits coming up regarding Mercury. Mercury just went retrograde on Sunday, so we're going to talk about that. And then we have another transit with Mercury tomorrow. But first, I want to remind everyone that Mercury retrograde is not something to fear. It's not a time of cosmic punishment, guys, okay? And it's not a time of bad luck. That's not the meaning or the purpose of Mercury retrograde. In truth, it's really like a sacred pause. It's a time period for reflection and realignment. And when we learn to flow with this energy, Mercury retrograde can actually be one of the most productive and insightful times of the year. So what is this particular retrograde about? Mercury is the planet of communication and thinking, right? And when it stations retrograde, the universe is inviting us to slow down and to reflect and to listen on a deeper level. And this time it's happening in the sign of Sagittarius. Sagittarius is the sign of wisdom and exploration and truth, perspective. And Sagittarius helps us to zoom out and see the bigger picture. So during this retrograde, you may find yourself reevaluating your beliefs, revisiting old conversations, or questioning the stories that you tell yourself about what's possible. It's a time, this is the time to realign with your authentic truth. And if things feel scattered or uncertain, I want you to remember Sagittarius energy loves exploration, and Mercury moving retrograde here in this sign simply asks us to check our map before continuing on our journey. And sometimes that can mean travel delays, okay? Dealing with travel delays or communication mix-ups. But on a soul level, this is all about truth and clarity. And this transit can really help you to release outdated perspectives so that new insight can flow in. So let's talk about how to work with this energy so that you can thrive during Mercury retrograde. What I want you to do, I want you to revisit and revise your plans, okay? So this is the perfect time to refine your ideas and make improvements. Also remember to back up your old files and double check travel details. And it's not out of a sense of fear, but more out of a sense of mindfulness. And this is a great time to reconnect with old teachers and mentors or friends who may have once helped you grow. Here's what I want you to avoid. Please don't rush into decisions or react impulsively, okay? And try not to take misunderstandings personally, because everyone is processing more deeply right now. And let's avoid launching major projects or making large purchases, if possible, until Mercury goes direct. Also, be mindful about pushing your opinions on someone else or trying to convince others, okay? Because Sagittarius energy can sometimes come across as a little too certain. Now, for those of you who are parents, here's what I want you to watch for with your children during this retrograde. So younger children may seem really curious, but also a little bit more distracted or forgetful. So give them extra time to process. And also, let's keep instructions simple and repeat things gently. And let's turn mistakes into learning moments. For those of you with teenagers, it's a great time to encourage open conversations. Okay, so remember, your teen might blurt things out before thinking, okay? And that's thanks to Mercury retrograde in the sign of Sagittarius. So this is a beautiful time to explore deeper questions about purpose, truth, or spirituality together. Remember, Mercury retrograde isn't here to cause chaos. It's here to teach awareness, patience, and flexibility. And the deeper message of this Mercury retrograde is actually quite simple. Truth evolves, it grows with you. And as you slow down and realign your thinking, you begin to hear your inner wisdom more clearly. So, what once felt confusing may suddenly make sense, and what once felt rigid might begin to soften. So by the time Mercury goes direct, you'll feel more grounded, more inspired, and more aligned with your authentic voice. And it's not because you rushed to find the answers, but it's because you took time to listen. Now, on Wednesday, November 12th, Mercury retrograde will meet Mars at 6 degrees of Sagittarius. And this will be a powerful mix of energy that can really stir mental agitation and quick reacting speech. So on one hand, you may feel sharper and more decisive and ready to act on your ideas. And on the other hand, when Mercury retrograde is close to Mars, you really have to guard against impulsive remarks, miscommunication, and taking action before thinking. Okay. So this powerful duo can really help you to take decisive action. Okay. And remember, Mercury is like money in your communication and thinking account. And you spend this money every time you speak, you write, study, negotiate, or solve a problem. And healthy spending of Mercury money, so to speak, that shows up as thoughtful speech, curiosity, and clear thinking. Overspending looks like gossip, mental overload, or analysis paralysis. Mars represents your drive, your courage, and physical energy. It's the go get it money. And you want to spend it purposefully on action and healthy passion, not on conflict, okay, or making impulsive moves. Here's what I want you to do during this transit. I want you to pause before speaking and give your thoughts a moment to settle so that you're not reacting from impulse. Also, use this burst of mental energy for reflection and refine your ideas, sharpen your message, set clearer intentions. And it's a great time to ground your body through physical activity, breath work, or movement, okay? That can show up and that can help us to channel this energy of Mars in a really constructive way. Here's what I want you to avoid, if possible. Avoid signing major contracts or launching major campaigns without reviewing, okay? And don't let haste or a sense of impulsiveness push you into arguments or using sharp words, because this Mercury-Mars conflict really amplifies mental heat. And try not to ignore miscommunications and don't allow misunderstandings to escalate, okay? If they are allowed to escalate, usually it will happen very quickly. For those of you who are parents, your children and teenagers, okay, this transit, they may experience it with more mental restlessness or quickly dismissing the rules, or there may be a tendency to argue about their beliefs. So encourage your child to pause and reflect before they speak, and remind them that strong opinions are okay, but wisdom includes listening. And help them to channel this energy into sports, physical movement, or creative expression that can really ground a restless mind. And if your child travels, like if they're a teenager and they're in travel sports, or if they're doing school projects, or they have commitments, okay, this week, you want to double check the details and allow extra time to arrive. So this transit is not just about disruption. It's more about clarity, activation, and using mental energy in a really focused way. And with conscious awareness, you can turn this moment into a breakthrough rather than a breakdown. or a breakthrough rather than a meltdown. And those are the transits for this week. Make sure that you're setting your intentions about how you want to use this energy. Everybody has this energy in a bank account. That's what I want you to think of. I want you to think of everybody has this repository of energy, and it's almost like a bank account. But funny thing about it is you get to decide how you're going to spend this money, this cosmic money in this bank account. How are you going to use the energy? Are you going to use it constructively? Are you going to use it to level up? Or are you going to use it destructively and in a way that's dysfunctional and hurts your relationships? So that's why it's important every week to set your intentions when it comes to how you are choosing to use the energy at your disposal. And like I remind you every week, the stars may guide us, but we hold the power at the end of the day. Each of you, you hold the power at the end of the day to shape your destiny. So keep shining your light bright. Have a fabulous week, and I'll see you back here again next week.
Through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you're all doing really well. Here in Melbourne, Australia, we are starting to get some beautiful weather, so we're all happy here. Well, a little bit rainy today, but on the whole, it's been really warm. So if you've been watching my show at all, you will know that at the start of the show, I always do a 3-card pull. So I want you to just take a moment to see if you gravitate to card 1, card 2, or card 3. This could be something that's relevant to you right at this moment. It could also be something that might come up for you very soon. It can also be for somebody else that you know, and you might think, oh, well, that's very relevant for this person, a friend, family member, whatever. Remember, it is a a collective reading, so take what resonates, leave what doesn't. I try to give as much information from spirit as I can to hopefully, you know, engage and give the right message to the right person. Okay, so if you have been drawn to card 1, it is this card here, which says gemstone on it. And the writing, which I can barely read even with my glasses, says, "You are a rare and precious treasure." When I tune into this card, I am getting a vision that, you know, maybe some of you, you know, you have a lot of things that you want to say, opinions you want to express to help people, but I kind of feel like you kind of drag your sword around, like you don't always feel like you're valued, or that your opinion matters, or maybe you're reluctant to say what's on your mind. But Spirit is saying to me, you need to expect other people to speak truth to you, and also that you speak truth as well. Of course, messages should always, you know, be delivered with kindness when we are speaking, you know, and wanting to express the truth about something, because we don't know how it's going to be received. But I feel like if you do that, there will be new opportunities for you, whether it's you know, a job, a partner, or even like something that you're meant to experience. Okay, if you were drawn to card 2, it's this one here that says sunrise, and it's got written here, every new day brings new possibilities. I feel with this card that there are possibilities for you, but maybe there are times where you're not wishing to have a look at your choices, you're not wanting to face them, or you're procrastinating maybe, or overthinking a little bit as well. I feel like I need to say to you to, you know, whatever obstacles you've overcome, sort of like understand that you've gained some strength from any difficult situations and stressful situations that you've been under. And being pressed to say, like, declutter your mind, get rid of the old thinking, get into the new way of thinking. We're a different person every single day. So because we've had different experiences the day before, so unclutter your mind, prepare ways for new beginnings and new thoughts and opportunities for yourself. Okay, if you've been drawn to card 3, it is this one here, which is Phoenix. And it has written here, rise from the ashes and soar. Here I'm just seeing like if you are out sort of like we call it autumn here in Australia, but in the States you might call it fall. And I'm just seeing like get rid of the leaves and just, you know, like make way for new opportunities, you know, new abundance, new resources. You know, don't allow self-limiting beliefs to take over. Water your mind, your garden, you know, of prosperity, you know, where you want to fertilize it, not in things that are not, you know, good for you or producing any good fruit for you in your life, you know. And I'm also being pressed to say, like, take a leap of faith. There is sort of like excitement in the unknown. Okay, you always need to do a certain amount of research, I suppose, in anything, but always sort of like, you know, kind of go a little bit with the flow and see what happens as well. I hope that's helped you today. I have Elizabeth on the line. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
In a quandary.
Are you? Well, let me help you. How can I help you with that?
Well, I have a son that is an adult, but he's disabled, and he's going through some major health problems. And I was wondering if you could pick up anything. You know, we had problems getting into Massachusetts because they wouldn't take New York insurance, and now we're going to New York. My mind is blank. Sloan Kettering. Can you...
Elizabeth, did you say this is your son?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Look, I'm seeing you being disappointed with what you want. You know, not getting what you want. I can see like frustrations. You know, whether there's disagreements. There is a whole lot of fear and anxiety. It's like I'm feeling it layered one on top of the other, you know, and I feel like your heart has been like stabbed multiple times. It's like everybody that has said or done something, I feel like there's a lot of gaslighting here around, you know, why they can't take in. There's a lot of deceit. I feel like your intuition, you need to trust that more than anything. Okay, I also see that you have been reluctant in making you know, decisions. Whenever, you know, before the show and I'm shuffling my cards because I never know, you know, what spirit are going to get me to do, so I'm just clearing the energy out of them, and I have to say in 3 decks the Hermit card fell out, right? So I feel like that's relevant for you, where you need to sort of like really you know that the answers are all within you. All right, you know, follow your intuition. You know, I am seeing also like the High Priestess card in my 3rd eye. I feel like you can counsel yourself on this. You don't need advice from other people. I do feel though that there needs to be some teamwork around this. I do see new ideas, new plans for you. There is definitely movement. Movement is a good idea. The faster, the better. I feel like you need to take actions on what you think is right for your son. I'm also being told, you know, don't hang on to your old thinking of how you think things should look like for him. Also be open to new ideas, new suggestions that people make. Something you might go like to a service or something, and they might be offering something different, or you know, but spirit are like, try new things, you know, give things a go, because I'm seeing that your son is developing and growing, and there's a lot of things about him that you don't know where the growth is. Okay, because I see that there's not always expression around that, whether it's because it's not important to them or they can't express it. But I feel like I'm being told to tell you to try new things. It will bring your son out of his shell as well. I'm also getting that you're still going to need to defend your position, right? And what you think. You are his best advocate here. Nobody can fight for him like you, okay? But with you know, with the Wheel of Fortune in the tarot card, it's like, you know, to stay on top of that wheel, you have to always have control, because there is a lot of people, I'm being told, that just don't want what's best for you. A lot of people in the industry will do what's easier for them, what's best for them, and it doesn't always line up, you know, with what you want. But I'm being told you have strength in new beginnings. And you have the strength, right, to keep the change going, to keep the wheel going until you get what you want. Spirit is saying be courageous, be confident, you know, connect with that inner power. They're also talking about karmic justice for people that have done wrong by him and by you. Their spirit is saying those things will not be overlooked, all right, at all. I do see in the future that everything will turn out much better, and it'll be more productive for your son, and I see him as happy as he can be with his disability and how his life is for him. Does that make sense for you?
A little bit does. And maybe I didn't explain. That we couldn't go to a place in Massachusetts where this one particular, he has kidney cancer, and he only has one kidney left, and it's in that kidney. And I had heard about a doctor in Massachusetts that did wonders in doing partial. But that we couldn't get in. So the records had to be sent to, we just had it on Sloan Kettering. But it's been, oh my God, it's been a fight to get the records there. So I think that's what.
It's okay. The message, as I'm getting the message, you apply it to your situation. Okay. So, I do feel that you can still pursue this. If you can't get him in, keep trying, keep being, determined in what you want. It doesn't mean that you don't look at all your other options. All right. But Spirit are pushing you to keep forward, to keep moving forward with this, and to keep, to be persistent with it as well. Do you have any other specific questions that I can answer real quick?
Like going back to the original place that wouldn't take his insurance, or just pursue the Sloan Kettering?
Pursue, the new option for you.
Okay.
For him, okay. I'm getting a cross for going backwards. You can keep that door open, but keep looking at other options for him, okay? Because Spirit keep moving you forward. All right. There's just a lot of the energy just keeps moving forward and forward for you, okay? But keep your doors and your options open. It's always a good idea.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic. Well, isn't it an exciting week? The week after Halloween, everybody's complaining about they've gained a little bit of weight after eating so much candy. And, you know, here in Australia, we had our typical thunderstorm on Halloween night, so we didn't have too many little people. So I have too much candy left over in my house that I might have to go searching the streets for some little people to give it to. Anyway, so whatever you did on Halloween, I'm sure you had a good time and you're sort of, you know, gearing up ready for the end of the year. You know, we've got Thanksgiving coming up in the Northern Hemisphere. We don't celebrate that in the Southern Hemisphere, but then we have Christmas and all the fun that goes with that. So it's an exciting time of the year. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Wheel of Fortune. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is one of those ambiguous sort of cards. People look at this and say, oh, you terrific. You know, I'm going to get elevation in money. We could all do with that. We can all sort of spend more money. If we had more money, we'd spend it. That's for sure. For some people, it's an overseas trip, and for other people, it's completion phases. So it's one of those cards that you have to look at, how does this actually fit into your life? Are you the sort of person that's looking for some elevation in money? Well, that's all of us, but not that many of us are going to be taking an overseas trip in the next couple of weeks. So that sort of is a very limited audience there that will be taking an overseas trip. And for most of us, it's more about completion phases. It's about bringing things to a completion. Things that we've been working on for some time now are now coming to an end. That it's sort of like, you know, not always do we get the answers that we want, or not always do we get the completion that we want, but things are coming to a close so that we can start to work on a new journey. And if we don't bring some things to completion, then we don't have room for new things to be coming into our lives as well. So it's an interesting card as we head towards the final quarter of the year, showing us that we need to be bringing in some completion phases. Well, this week, astrologically, it's a big week. I've been saying that for a long time now, sound a little bit like a broken record, but it has been a big week astrologically. We've still got the sun in Scorpio, so happy birthday to all the Scorpions. And I know that there's lots of famous Scorpio people out there. Prince Charles is one that springs to mind, that a lot of people sort of look at Scorpios and sort of give them a bad press. They say, oh, they're grumpy, they're this, they're that, and the other. Yeah, they can be all that. Let's take it every other sign be grumpy. The Scorpio energy is about what I term as frozen water. It's like a block of ice. It thaws, it refreezes, it thaws, it refreezes. And sometimes they need to sort of go under the crevices to sort of, you know, take themselves down under the crevices and sort out what it is that is emotionally going on in their lives, or the things that they need to sort out. And it's not that they're trying to avoid an issue or trying to ghost you, as the modern term is today, or just ignore you. It's more about them trying to come to terms with the very, very intense emotional energy that they're experiencing and their very, very deep thoughts. While they sort of process that and sort it out, they need to sort of go away and have some quiet time, to have some alone time. And, you know, the Scorpion is like the Scorpion in real life. They do have a sting in their tail. You know, watch out if you hurt them, because you will get stung, and they will react and they will respond, and they will respond in not necessarily always a nice way. You know, they have a real sting in their tail. They can be very, very short when it comes to conversations. One of my favourite sayings is they have razor blades for breakfast. You know, they can cut people down to size, and particularly if you have Mercury in Scorpio. So just be aware of that. They're very intense, very loyal, very devoted people, but watch out if you tread on their toes, or you hurt them, or you deceive them in some way, you will get the wrath of the Scorpio tail. So, but, you know, most of all, they're nice people. They're very genuine sort of people. They're, you know, there's different layers to all the different star signs. You know, to me, there's a beginning point, there's a middle bit, and then there's, you know, the elite bit or the end bit where they've been Scorpio many lifetimes, where they really sort of do understand the depth and the degree of the Scorpio energy. And it's something that has to be layered over many lifetimes. And when they get to that point, I think they have a different understanding or a different wisdom than a lot of the other signs don't have, is that they can do it in a quiet, articulate sort of way, but at the same time with such power and such magnetism and such depth that people sort of aren't even really aware that they're so in awe of these people. They just feel comfortable with them. So, for the beginning point of the Scorpio energy, sometimes it brings out that very jealous and possessive sort of streak that a lot of times gets bad press with the Scorpio energy, that they're known to be jealous and possessive and, quite aggressive and sometimes quite nasty. And yes, they can be all of those things, but they can also be the biggest sweethearts on the planet too. So don't give all the Scorpios bad press. Look at them in a different light and say, hang on a minute, we're all a combination of many things that make us up. Let's not just focus on the not so good points. So we have Mars, the planet of action, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury. Now, they're both sitting in Sagittarius. Now, what this means is for particularly the fire signs, which is Sagittarius, Aries, Leo, and the opposite side of Gemini, it's going to be a time of tremendous action. So you're going to find with this energy here with Mars, it can be positive or it can be negative. You can get very aggressive, you can get very angry, you can get very short-tempered, very frustrated with yourself if things aren't going the way that you want them to. Try and turn that anger or that intense energy into something positive. Channel it into that you can move mountains, that you can change many things at the moment. Now, be aware with it conjunct or holding hands Mercury, the planet of communication, that we are talking about communication here as well. So be very careful at the way you communicate. Don't always be angry or aggressive or cranky when you're trying to communicate or get your point across with someone. Yes, you might be in pain. Yes, you might be frustrated. Yes, you might be running out of time. There might be 1,001 reasons why you're feeling quite frustrated, and the negative side of the Aries of the Mars energy is coming out. But let's sort of try and temper that down and try and channel it into, okay, I've got an opportunity here to get my message across, to get my point across. Let's try and do it in a forthright way, in a way that sort of helps other people, in a way that sort of gets my message across in a very definite, direct sort of way with some enthusiasm that shows them I mean business. Now, this is a great time if you want to sort of go and talk to somebody or sell an idea to them, provided you make sure that you do it in a calm sort of way. Don't go in there all guns a-blazing and aggressive and sort of, I'm telling you that this is right for you and this is the only way that things can be. Come in a very forthright sort of manner and showing them the reasons why this would work or how this can work and why it's such a great idea. And, you can achieve a lot at this time. The same can be said for personal relationships. If there's issues there that need to be sorted out on a personal level, whether it's family or whether it's, a relationship, make sure that you articulate your conversations, that you don't come across as being bossy or bombastic, and make sure that you take the time to listen to the other person's point of view. This energy will wash over the other 8 signs. It won't be quite as intense with the others, but it's still there. So you've got to make sure that you're not necessarily rubbing somebody up the wrong way. And it's really hard when you've got something to say and you're very passionate about it, and sometimes we forget to add a little bit of softness or a little bit of sweetness there as well. And it's really, really important that we do so, and particularly in important conversations. Now we have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction, which is still going retrograde and will be for a little bit of time yet, is conjunct or holding hands with Neptune, that's also going retrograde. Now both of these planets have slipped back into Pisces. Now what this means is it's particularly for the water signs, so we're focusing on Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, but it will wash over the remaining 8 signs. So Saturn is asking them here to make sure that they've got all their ducks in a row. Everything that you've been working on, the things that you've been trying to bring to a conclusion, particularly on a creative front, or on a mental health issue or something that has been sort of driving you nuts for a while, remember the Pisces energy is about creativity. It's about, the ability to, I believe, encompass all the previous 11 signs into one. It's sort of, we have the ability to sort of tap into many different resources. Now, this can make you very creative. You can be a great writer, a great artist, great with, social media, graphic design, anything like that, anything that needs a creative flair. And that brings in baking and making cakes and, painting a picture or painting a picture with words. And, look, I bring that creativity hat into anybody that's got to write something or perform in some sort of way, which most of us do in our day-to-day lives and we don't realise it. We are all performing on a stage and we are all putting things together. Whether you're writing a post for your social media, that's a form of creativity, or whether you're creatively trying to decide what the evening meal's going to be, you've got to put your creative hat on and see what you got in the cupboard and the fridge and how much time have I got and what do I really feel like eating. So that's, again, being creative. I know that's taking it to the extreme, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that we all use creativity most of the day. We just don't realise it. We just don't put that label on it. We think of, well, I'm not a songwriter, I'm not a poet, I don't make television, so therefore I'm not creative. But we are all creative in our own way. Now, with Saturn here, he's asking us to be disciplined and structured and make sure that we're dotting the I's, crossing the T's, making sure everything is done to the best of our ability. And also that brings in, I want to touch a little bit about our mental health. A lot of things in the media about people struggling with mental health, and there's more mental health issues than what there ever was. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not, maybe we're just more aware of it and we're recognising it and not putting such a nasty label on it anymore, that we're allowing people to say, hey, I'm not having a great day, or I'm not in a great headspace at the moment, I'm really struggling, I need some help, I need some time out. So Saturn here is asking you to make sure that you look after yourself in that way too. If you are struggling, if you are feeling overwhelmed, put your hand up, get some help, say something to somebody. Don't just struggle along on your own. It's the time to reach out and get some very much needed help. Now, with the conjunction here with Neptune, Neptune is the planet of illusion and delusion, but Neptune is also the planet of creativity. So it's really enhancing that creative side. And it's also telling us that we can also come out of a very, very dark fog into the light. So things are sort of certainly starting to improve, and things are starting to take shape in a way that we couldn't begin to see before. Now, we have Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunities, in the last couple of degrees of Cancer. Now, Jupiter has recently been going retrograde. It's now stationary, ready to go direct again. I have lots of Cancer clients that are saying to me that they don't know what's wrong with them. One minute they're doing one thing, the next minute they're jumping to something else. They don't seem to be able to find a little bit of middle ground. And this is probably why, because even though Jupiter's been in their sign near on 12 months now, they still don't feel comfortable with Jupiter pushing, poking and prodding at them and asking them to take on board new experiences and new opportunities. Cancers like to walk sideways. They don't like to go direct. They like to go sideways to get where they're going, and they need to do it in their own pace. And when someone's trying to push them, they don't particularly like that. So, it's been a very exciting time for some Cancers where they've really utilised this energy and sort of, gone ahead in leaps and bounds. And for others, they've fought it every step of the way. And for some have just sort of taken the middle ground, a few steps forward and sort of taken it very steady, but, no real great progress. But, in their world, they've made a lot of progress, and that's fine. Whatever's worked for you, if you are a Cancer, that's fine. We are talking about all the water signs here. We are talking about Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn here. So some Capricorns have been sort of feeling as if they've, wanted to take some giant leaps forward, and then they sort of think, oh no, I can't afford to do that at this time, or the timing's wrong, or whatever. So to make sure that you get in and achieve what you need to achieve in this next couple of months before the energy shifts into Leo. Finally, I want to talk about Venus. Venus is in Libra at the moment, and Venus, for any particular sign that's looking for love at the moment, make sure you go somewhere where it's pretty, it's nice, it's something that's bright and bubbly and it's got a nice energy about it. Don't go to the dark, dingy sort of places. I'm not saying necessarily don't go to a nightclub, but what I'm saying is we need to get out amongst the people. We need to get out where things are feeling bright and breezy and happy and exciting and getting part of the festivities. So if you're looking for love, no matter matter what your sign is, get out and about, mingle with people, and that way you'll have more chance of meeting someone special. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Ellen in Middle Island in New York in the USA. Are you there, Ellen?
Yes, my name's
Eileen.
Eileen.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, Eileen, I didn't put my glasses on. I apologise. How are you, Eileen? How can I help you?
Good, good. I just wanted some insight regarding my health. I've had some issues, trying to be proactive, not sure if I'm on the right path. So I'd appreciate any insight on that.
Okay. All right, Eileen. It's really interesting because different laws in different jurisdictions suggest that we can't tackle health issues because we're not medical practitioners, but I can look at it on an energetic level for you. And what I'm picking up on an energetic level is that you've come so far and it's now like we've hit a plateau. Now, I don't want you to be disappointed that, you know, we made so much progress and now it's sort of like we flatlined. This is necessary because you now need to let everything sort of settle. And by everything sort of settling, I think we're going to start to see what the next round of things is that you need to do. It's interesting because I'm not going to say that your physical ailments are caused by emotions, which a lot of people do. Yes, I'm sure they play some role in it. But to me, this has been your body telling you that things aren't right, that you've had to make some very serious changes in your life to modify things to allow your body to rest and catch up. Does that make sense?
Not really.
Well, that's what they're showing me on an energetic level, that your body had to rest and catch up, that the things that you've done, the procedures or whatever the directions you've taken have been necessary. But now we've got to let them sort of do their magic, do their work, so that then we can take the next step forward. I'm sort of seeing by the end of this year, you're going to be feeling a lot better than you have been for a long time, and that's good. So is part of the problem your body not cooperating the way that you feel it should? Like in movement?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what they're showing me. And that's why they were showing me that whatever you've done to date, it's not that it hasn't worked. We've got to give it time for your body to reprogram itself and understand it and catch up and then sort of say, right, well, then we're ready for the next layer. So it's not that you've done anything wrong. I want to be very clear on that. But sometimes I think we get impatient as being human beings where we think, well, I've done that. That should be working by now. And we're not giving it enough time to really work. You know what I mean? We're expecting it to work instantaneously instead of it being a process. And that's what I think you need to understand, is that your body is catching up with everything that you've done. You haven't necessarily done the wrong thing, but you will find some new ways there where we can get your body moving better. And maybe it's just one of those things where you needed to slow down a little bit too. You know, sometimes we don't understand why our body's not quite cooperating the way that we want it to, because we need to slow down a little bit, that we're maybe a little bit ahead of where we need to be in our journey. So I know you're going to get better. I don't know that you're necessarily going to get 100%, but I do feel that you will get, each day there's a little bit more progress than what there was the day before. So with the medical side of things, the doctors and that you've seen, have they given you anything really concrete to say this is what you need to do, or have they been vague?
Not really. I feel like I've sort of been on my own trying to figure things out. But I do have an appointment next week, and hopefully that'll bring some insight to me.
Well, fingers crossed it will, because to me, what I sort of felt so far was, it was like if we put it on a scale of 1 to 100, it's like I got a 10 or maybe a 15, but I never got an 85%. You know, like I never really got great answers that sort of gave me, that felt right, you know, that you could see that, yes, that could work, or that's, you know, we've hit it on the head. You've got to start listening to what your instincts are telling you to. If you've got a good feeling about your next appointment, then let's go in there with that anticipation that it's going to be good. You know, sometimes, you know, we've got to shop around. It's like to find the right person that understands what we're trying to say. You know, like you don't go out and buy the first dress you see and perfect. So it's the same with medical stuff. We've got to look and find the right person that understands us and gets what we're talking about, not just what they've learned in their training, but really listens. And that's where I think you're going to get some great progress. But I know you're going to get better.
Okay.
And that's the main
Oh,
thing.
good. That's good to hear. Good. And do you give any messages from? Oh, am I still on?
No, there's no messages coming through. If there was, I would have passed them on to you. They're just, the most important thing at the moment is to listen to your own inner voice. They're giving you messages while you're sleeping, and they're helping you. They're constantly there with you, giving you the guidance that you need. So that's what you need to remember. Okay, sweetie, it was lovely to talk to you. We're going to talk with Loretta now in Dayton in Ohio. Are you there, Loretta?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, sweetie?
I'm having some issues with my daughter and being able to. I just want to see where it's going to go with my daughter and my granddaughter.
Okay. Do you mind sharing with me your daughter's first initial, please, sweetie?
It's L.
L. Okay. Just want to make sure I tune into the right person. So. She's angry. I get a real sort of frustrating sort of energy around your daughter. She's angry. She's not angry with you as such. I think she's angry with the world. Why do I feel that she only tells you what she thinks you need to hear or what you want to hear, and not necessarily the whole truth or the whole picture? Is that how you see the situation?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what I'm picking up. To me, it's sort of like I'll give you an edited version of what I think you can handle or what you should know. I won't necessarily tell you the whole thing. There has been a lot of tears around her. There's been a lot of frustration sitting there as well. Has there just been a recent relationship breakup that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. We're not in any kind of good kind of communication.
No, I didn't feel you were, but okay. All right. You will hear through a third party that the relationship that she was in is either just broken up or about to break up or something. There's a major breakthrough coming here, because I feel that the current relationship that she was in is coming to an end, and this is going to be a good thing. It's not going to be straight away she's going to contact you and sort of try and make amends with you and get back into the family good graces, but it will, over time, she will start to sort of soften a little bit and start to see that maybe some of the things that the two of you disagreed on, that you weren't necessarily wrong. She'll never admit that, of course, but she's starting to sort of see things through a different way. Let me assure you, your granddaughter is perfectly fine. She's bouncing around all over the place. She's got lovely energy, your granddaughter. She's got more of you in her than she has a mum. But I do feel by the end of this year, your daughter will reach out to you, even if it's only very briefly, and even if she's a little bit cranky at the time, just sidestep that. Just be thankful that she's reached out and sort of try and establish some sort of connection again, even if she's cranky and sort of says, well, you've never really loved me, and don't answer that, just sort of say, well, how can I help you today? What did you phone me for? What do you, sort of try and sort of sidestep any nastiness, because that's her way. The only way she knows how to behave is to be nasty, because she's been in a very toxic relationship, and this is the residue of that. But I do feel slowly over time, Loretta, you and your daughter will become close again, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see in the next 6 months her move closer back to you and bring your granddaughter back towards you too, which will be lovely.
Absolutely. So you don't see my granddaughter. Do you just see her now, or is it present time right now is when you see her?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw you, because children are something that we have to very carefully make sure that we don't tap into too much of their energy, because they still need to remain children. But her energy was clean, was good. She was happy, she was bright, she was bubbly. Considering the situation that she's been brought up in, I thought that was remarkable, that she's still such a bright, happy, well-balanced little girl. considering a mother seems to tend to like to get herself into toxic relationships and doesn't seem to have any common sense at a lot of things that she's done in her life. But that's your daughter just being rebellious. I feel a lot of that is going to sort of fall by the wayside, and she's not necessarily going to try and fight the world anymore. She's going to start to sort of look at things and think, well, hang on a minute, maybe I shouldn't go that way. Maybe I should go another way. Maybe these were the lessons that she had to learn, that she came here to learn before the secondary part of her life kicks in, where, she's a lot more stable, a lot happier in herself, and, things are more what we would consider normal, and she's going to attract better people in her life than what she's done. But your daughter came into this world with an anger inside her, and even as a little girl, I think she used to get frustrated and angry with things, didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's nothing that you did wrong. I want to be very clear on that, Loretta. She was born that way. We all come into this life with past life residue, or things that we've got to pay back, things that we've got to sort through. And your daughter came in with that, and she came in angry, and for whatever reason she chose you as a mother, and then she seems to have taken it out on you over the years. But that's all about to change, and that's slowly going to disappear, and you will end up with an amazing relationship with your daughter that only that you could have ever dreamed of, that the two of you will end up being super, super close and, like girlfriends. But at this point, all as you can see is there's no contact. She doesn't, she wouldn't even take your call if you reached out to her. I don't think. She'd just sort of block it. So you've just got to wait for her to come to you, sweetie, as hard as that might be. But I know your granddaughter is an amazing old soul. She's going to do really well in her lifetime, and she's very, very close to you, even though you might have as much time with her as you would like. There's a bond there that can't be broken between you and your granddaughter. So I hope that's helped you, Gladys. Loretta, I don't know why I keep going to call you Gladys.
Gladys?
So anyway.
I don't know Gladys.
No, it may not be anything in particular. It was just I went to call you that a couple of times, but I know your daughter's going to reach out when you least expect it, and she's not very pleasant. But, I want you to sidestep that and not look at her not being pleasant. Just sort of, try and be kind and open and sort of say, well, you must have had a reason why you phoned me. You didn't just phone to tell me off. You phoned me because you wanted something, or you needed something, or, how can I help you? And take it from there. So I hope that's helped you, sweetie.
It does.
Anyway, that's okay. Okay, Loretta, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show, sweetie, so I'm going to have to leave it there. But I wish you and your family well. So it's always interesting when we've got family crises, and this is one of the things that I was talking about with the Mars conjunct Mercury. We need to be very careful at how we handle conversations at the moment. It's a very, very tricky situation, and sometimes, the trickiest situations are with family, unfortunately. And, we don't always have the opportunity to see things the way that we want to. Families, have different ways of looking at things. And if we were all the same, life would be very boring. But my heart goes out to both of these ladies. They're both going through different crises at the moment. They both sort of feel as if their backs up against it. With Eileen, she's got her health issues, and with Loretta, she's got her issues with the family and not seeing her granddaughter and not having a close relationship with her daughter. And it's really difficult when we need to sort of try and sort through those difficult relationships. So interestingly enough, as I say each week, the song of the week that I pick is either something that's been going through my head or something that jumps out at me. There's many different varied reasons at why I pick the song of the week. And today here in Australia, it's only early morning here. When I first got up to get ready for the show, this particular song kept going through my head, and I thought, and it wouldn't let me go. And I thought, well, okay, that's got to be the song of the week. Interestingly enough, it's called You and Me Against the World. And this is what I feel these two ladies are feeling at the moment, that they feel that they are going against, it's you and me against the world, that everything's tough and they don't know what to do. There's many different versions of this song. And I know my producer would be thinking I'm going to say hello well and ready, but I'm not. I'm going to say Gladys Knight and the Pips. That was the first version that I ever heard, and I thought it was very soulful and very powerful. And it was one of those songs that, you know, even over the years, I haven't been able to sort of get out of my head. Both ladies did a beautiful version of this, but this week I'm going to leave you with Gladys's version, You and Me Against the World. So until next week, bye for now.
I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in...
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.